Chapter 551, Marriage. Nobody expected Ruian to return to the Persal Duchy. Right now, she has been changed. She was very much like another person. Zhao Hai sent her to the duchy because of her familiarity with the place, not because of the Persal family's reputation. Now, the Persal Duchy was not named Persal Duchy anymore. It was renamed to the northern border. There is only an ordinary noble here, not a Grand Duke. However, this noble was Boris' trusted aide. This made Boris relieved in placing him in the territory. Boris was now one of the people who hated the Radiant Church the most. Because of the Radiant Church's machinations, he fell into his current situation. Although he had earned the Wuxia Empire's throne, he was actually in very deep debt. His current mood was not very good. It was not only because of this. Because of his error, the Wuxia Empire had suffered a huge loss. This made his reputation among the empire's nobles come crashing down. At present, there were a lot of nobles who didn't obey him. The only reason why he was still on the throne was because the Wuxia imperial family still held a huge influence inside the empire. And even if the members of the imperial family were unhappy with Boris, they knew that if he were to be dethroned, nobody was qualified to please the public. Failure to control the populace would lead to the nobles gaining more control. So for the sake of the Wuxia imperial family, the members had no other choice than to support Boris. Boris also knew about his current situation. Therefore he exerted extra effort in arranging his trusted men to hold important positions. So when time comes where the others would want to deal with him, it wouldn't be very easy. The Wuxia Empire's current situation was actually fragile. If a powerful force gently nudged the empire, then the Wuxia Empire would have to change its name. But no matter what, the Wuxia Empire's dilemma was caused by the Beastmen. Anyone who wanted to touch them right now would be despised. Therefore nobody took the risk. When talking about the matter of who would take over the Wuxia Empire, unless they were the Rosen Empire, no large influence would be able to face such a mess. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't thinking about any of these. And even if Zhao Hai appears in the Wuxia Empire, Boris would not dare to have some disrespect towards him. All the hatred between the two of them were all Boris' fault. And now, Zhao Hai's status was no longer much lower than him, who was an emperor. At this point, Boris can only choose to do good for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He just wanted to hand the Persal Duchy's affairs over to Ruian. He also did this under the consent of Green and Marin. Green and Marin agreed to it after talking it over with Evan. After Green agreed, Zhao Hai knew that his relationship with Ruian had already been decided. Ruian might marry him in the near future, but compared to Laura and the others, Ruian's current status surely has a gap for Zhao Hai. If she wanted to marry Zhao Hai, she would need to make some achievements. This management of the shops in Persal Duchy, now called Northern Border, was Green's way of testing her. If Ruian does well, then she would probably be married to Zhao Hai. If she doesn't, then it would be difficult to be Zhao Hai's wife. Zhao Hai thought that Ruian's arrogance would have her disagree with this condition, but Zhao Hai didn't expect her to accept it without any hesitation. Zhao Hai knew that Ruian might have some feelings for him, but not as deep as what Laura and the others had. The reason why she agreed was most likely because of the future of the Persal Duchy. The Persal family must rely on the Buddha clan to survive as well as to progress. For the Persal family, Ruian agreed to be married to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai heard about this result, he sighed. He didn't object to it. He knew that such an agreement would come, but he wasn't expecting it to happen with Ruian. In fact, even if Ruian didn't make any achievements, Zhao Hai would still be married to her later on. This marriage had a lot of advantages. One could even call it a political marriage. If Ruian gets married to Zhao Hai, then the Purcell family would be sheltered by the Buddha clan. On the other hand, if Zhao Hai gets married to Ruian, the Purcell family would be willing to follow the Buddha clan. Although Zhao Hai's wives aren't any lower than one another, but one must say that the most helpful to Zhao Hai right now was Laura. Although Laura's status can't compare to either Megan and Lizzie, but one shouldn't forget that the Markey family was now almost merged with the Buddha clan. This gave the Buddha clan a lot of talented people to use. Although Megan and Lizzie's statuses were high, they couldn't achieve something like Laura. Their families were just too formidable, and all of them were centered on their own family's benefit. It wouldn't be possible for them to help the Buddha clan while sacrificing their own benefits. Therefore, even if they publicly supported Zhao Hai, it wasn't something hugely significant. However, Laura's support was very solid. With the Buddha clan's present strength, they didn't need public support. They need support like Laura's. This was something that Lizzie and Megan can't compete with. Zhao Hai was aware of this, so he was also inclined to marry Ruian so that he could get the full support of the Purcell family. Even if the Purcell family was now in a low point, they still had a lot of personal connections that the Buddha clan can make use of. Establishing a clan was much more difficult than what others imagine. Money, personal connections, strength, territory were all indispensable. Although the Buddha clan was doing very well, aside from strength, they were weak in all other aspects. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to fulfill those deficiencies in order to grow the Buddha clan further. One has to recognize that Zhao Hai was a person who has a good sense of crisis. It was because of this that he was very careful in his every action. But he didn't oppose to this marriage. He also believed that Laura and the others wouldn't object to it. These women had given their hearts to Zhao Hai and the Buddha clan. They wouldn't oppose to anything that can benefit the Buddha clan. The more he thought about this, the more Zhao Hai felt that he owed the ladies a lot. Zhao Hai hoped that they get pregnant as soon as possible. But it was a pity that even if he has tried so hard these past few months, Laura and the others still weren't pregnant. And when the space checked, he doesn't have any issues. The same was true for Laura and the others as well. It seems like they were only having bad luck. Upon looking at the situation at the northern border, Zhao Hai felt relief. Then he prepared to set off for the prairie. The first place that he would visit would be the cows. Although it was proper for him to go to Beast God City first, he opted to visit the Herculean bulls. After all, this was his tribe, and he was their prince. Zhao Hai didn't try Dalian after he went out of the space. Instead, he released a blood hawk and then sat in it as it went out from the space. This time, the people who accompanied him were only Shun and Shu, since both of them didn't have much to do. Laura and the others were left behind since they had some other matters to attend to. If they also came out with Zhao Hai, things would be much more inconvenient. Seeing 3 blood hawks coming from the skies didn't make the cows panic. The Herculean bulls already knew that the blood hawks were Zhao Hai's mounts. After Zhao Hai landed, he was immediately welcomed by the Herculean bulls. Zhao Hai was also glad to see them as he returned the gesture. He talked with them for quite some time and gave them his milk wine. Zhao Hai's milk wine output was now very high, and to guarantee its price, Zhao Hai didn't sell a huge bulk of them to the continent. Therefore, he saved a lot of these milk wine inside the space, and since the beastmen loved liquor, it was a good idea to gift them some. These beastmen liked Zhao Hai very much. He seemed more like a beastman unlike the other humans they had met before, and every time they greet him, he has some small gifts that he'd give them. This made the beastmen very glad. At this time, Mendez's voice was heard. "You bastards, get out of the way." When the people heard Mendez, they grunted a bit before they all ran away. Mendez used this opportunity to approach Zhao Hai. Then he looked at Zhao Hai while shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Little Hai, you can't make those guys get used to receiving your gifts every time you meet. Zhao Hai laughed and said, it's fine. Those are little gifts, not really worth much money. It's good that it makes them happy, right? Let's go in. Then he walked to the main tent along with Mendez, Wales, Yale, and Coney were already inside the tent. When Zhao Hai came in, Wales couldn't help but laugh. Little Hai, why did you only come this time? Our attack with the humans was already finished for quite some time. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I only found time recently. You made the Wuxia Empire very miserable. I sold some grain over there and made quite a small wealth. Wales quickly replied, what did you sell to the Wuxia Empire? Breadfruits? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, I sold them bamboo rice. What happened? You didn't get a lot of food this time. Without even waiting for Wales to speak, Coney laughed and said, you can't be any more wrong this time, Little Hai. We got a lot of good things this time, and it is because of you. Zhao Hai became confused as they looked at Wales and the others. Wales couldn't help but smile and said, because of the information that you provided, we managed to defeat the Wuxia Empire and the Radiant Church. And since you're a foreign prince of our Herculean bull tribe, the Beast King decided to give your credit to our tribe. Therefore, we managed to get a lot of things this time. When Zhao Hai heard Wales, he smiled and said, well, that means the tribe wouldn't need to buy food for a long time, right? I brought over some daily necessities. I don't know if you still need it. Chapter 552, Anticipation. Wales smiled and said, oh, you really didn't have to. You might now know, but we got much more than food this time. We also managed to get some daily necessities. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I heard that you came to the Persal and Xa territories, but I thought you didn't get much. But if you need some in the future, don't hesitate to tell me, right? I'll be leaving 50 Bloodhawks here. These things can be used more as scouts, but it's a real pity that your bodies are too big. You won't be able to use them as mounts. When Wales heard Zhao Hai, his face turned happy as he said, fantastic. I have a lot of uses for them right now. Then I'll be impolite and accept them. Zhao Hai smiled. No need to be polite with me, right? Do you have any food? I'm quite hungry. I have to go to Beast God City tomorrow. It's been a long time since I went there. Do you know the situation there right now? Wales asked. You directly went here from the human lands. I thought you went to Beast God City first. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not too anxious about going to Beast God City. I don't have a lot of things to do there right now. Because of the things that you've brought back, I think doing business there wouldn't be a good idea at this time. Therefore, I decided to come here first. Wales felt moved as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, brother, your sentiment really leaves me speechless. Right, no need to talk anymore. Come with me for a drink. If I don't have you fall face down today, then I would be very unfair to you. Zhao Hai laughed and said, I'm not afraid. Did you think that my alcohol tolerance stayed the same as before? Let's see who'll end up face down. Then the group laughed as they walked out of the tent. Now, when Zhao Hai comes to the Herculean bull tribe, Wales doesn't even need to have someone prepare the feast. The Herculean bulls would already prepare the food as soon as they see him. These people usually receive Zhao Hai's liquor, and they didn't want to just be on the receiving end all the time, so every time Zhao Hai came, they would prepare some good food from their households, and if they don't have any food, they can just kill some argali to welcome Zhao Hai. When the group arrived outside, the argali and the bulls were already being roasted. What surprised Zhao Hai was that there were two things that were like mouse on the fire. This made Zhao Hai feel strange, but when Wales saw those two mice, his eyes couldn't help but turn bright as he said, Grass Martin, who brought these things? A large Herculean bull came with a grin on his face. He also had one of those creatures tied up in his hands. Then he placed it in front of Zhao Hai and said, "Young Master Hai, when I went out today, I managed to spot these three things. I originally wanted to eat them myself, but since you came, I decided to contribute them and have one given to you since I know you like these peculiar things." Zhao Hai looked at the green marten curiously. This thing looked just like a big mouse, but its skin was green and its eyes were bright black. It looked very cute. Wales looked at Zhao Hai's expression and smiled. This grass marten is one of the prairie's unique magic beasts. Its level isn't high, only about 3rd rank, but it's very fast. It can hide in the grass effectively as well, and most importantly, this thing is a rare delicacy. Remember, if you eat his thing, just eat it as is. No need to add anything other than salt. Its innate flavor is the best. Then Wales turned his head to the large Herculean bull and said, "Dawes, you really are something. You should make sure to manage your fat. If you get any bigger, people might mistake you to be from the pig-headed race, right? Are there a lot of grass martens in the prairie right now? How did you manage to get 3? Dawes didn't mind Wales' words. He only grinned as he answered, "Patriarch, I also came here to tell you about this matter. I recently discovered that there are a lot of grass martens around recently. Do you have any solutions for this?" Wales knit the eyebrows on his head. He knew that even if these grass martens taste good, they were one of the pests that can destroy pastures. If the surrounding grass martens get to a large number, they would start to hunt and kill, affecting the herds of the beastmen. Zhao Hai didn't frown upon hearing this. He just turned and smiled to Wales. "Brother, you don't need to worry too much about this. Don't you have a lot of bloodhawks?" "The bloodhawks are adept in hunting these things. In any case, you still need to feed the hawks, so might as well have them look for their own food, making them hunt these grass martens." Wales stared for a moment before he nods. "That's right. Hawks are the natural predators of the grass martens." "Good. Let's do that." "Dawes, it seems like you don't only know how to eat, right? I need to reward you, little Hai. Come give this guy something." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, but you said that you're going to reward him. How did the price become my responsibility?" Although he said so, he still took out a big bag of milk wine and handed it to Dawes. Upon receiving the bag, Dawes' happiness can be evidently seen on his face. At this time, the table was already prepared. Then Zhao Hai and Wales sat down before they happily chatted and drank. The group didn't stop until all of them had gotten drunk. The next morning, after Zhao Hai left the 50 bloodhawks behind, he left the Herculean bull camp and then flew towards Beast God City. He hasn't gone to neither the mastiffs nor the black bears, although he has good relationships with them. They still came lower compared to the Herculean bulls. Therefore, Zhao Hai passed by them and directly went to Beast God City. Beast God City was much more prosperous than before. However, even if there were a lot of beastmen, Zhao Hai didn't see a lot of humans. Another strange thing to Zhao Hai was because these beastmen were also sitting down and doing business. After finding a place outside Beast God City, Zhao Hai left the space. Then the three walked towards Beast God City. When they arrived, they can see a lot of beastmen looking at them with hostile eyes. Zhao Hai didn't care about those gazes. He understood the minds of those beastmen. They had just fought with humans and there were no human merchants who came here yet. Therefore, Zhao Hai's appearance this time was very eye-catching. But Zhao Hai believed that those beastmen wouldn't do anything to him. They only looked at him this way because he didn't have his carriage nor his friendship flags. Also, when Zhao Hai arrived at the city, a carriage immediately came over to fetch him. Its driver was Ottai. When the beastmen saw Ottai, they looked at each other and then smiled. Those who did business with Ottai greeted him. Even the hostilities towards Zhao Hai disappeared. All the beastmen knew that the Magic Lily shop has the friendship flags of the dog-headed race as well as the black bears, but these friendships flags weren't turned by Ottai. Instead it was obtained by his boss. At the same time, Ottai's boss not only gained the friendship flags of those two races, he was also the foreign prince of the Herculean Bull tribe. When Ottai went and greeted Zhao Hai personally, their status became clear. Therefore, the looks of these beastmen towards Zhao Hai changed. Ottai drove the carriage up to Zhao Hai and then jumped down. After that, he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I hope that you didn't wait for me for a long time." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm enjoying the walk. I didn't think that the beastmen would do business here. I thought that they only trade with the humans." Ottai smiled and said, "Young master might not know, but beastmen trade as well. Not trading for their entire lives might be possible, but there were rare times when they would. Like this time, I heard that they were trading for their spoils of war. They might have things that they deemed useless but can be used by other tribes. Therefore, they might as well exchange some items with each other." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the transactions of the beastmen and saw that it was just like what Ottai said. There were indeed some things that are useless for the beastmen. This was because those things are specially made for human use. For the beastmen, these items belong to the weak, but they decided to trade them for something since it was a pity to just throw them out. When Zhao Hai got on the carriage, Ottai immediately drove the vehicle to enter the city and headed to Magic Lily shop. Ottai's two children as well as sister-in-law was already waiting for Zhao Hai at the store. After Zhao Hai got out, Ottai's whole family immediately came to welcome him. After they sat down on the backyard, Ottai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the business in our shop hasn't been doing good these days. The beastmen had gotten a lot of good things from the recent war. In the present time, the beastmen didn't lack in both items and food. Because of this, they didn't come and trade with us." Ottai's expression was somewhat guilty. He thinks that this situation was his mistake, but Zhao Hai didn't care. He just waved his hand and said, "No need to be worried. I already thought about this point. Since the beastmen already had what they need, then naturally they don't need to buy anything more. But you're not being smart enough. You should have been looking at things that the humans might use. Since those things are useless to the beastmen, you can trade them for a low price. When I go back to the human lands, I can just go and sell them. Even they are sold cheap. Wouldn't we still be gaining profits?" Ottai stared, then as if he was enlightened, he tapped his head and said, "Why haven't I thought of that? Fortunately, the young master reminded me." Ottai's wife then said, "I've also thought about what young master suggested, but most of the things that the beastmen brought were old. Even if we bring them to the mainland, I'm afraid nobody would buy them even at a low price." Zhao Hai nodded. It seems like sister-in-law was more wise than Ottai. She had already considered a lot of things. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, those things are indeed unsellable to the humans, but these things aren't that bad. Our Buddha clan can still make use of those. Our clan now has 100,000 slaves, and the clan still needs to supply them with various things. If we compare buying those things in the mainland with buying them from the beastmen, we can certainly get much cheaper rates here with the beastmen." As soon as sister-in-law heard Zhao Hai, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Right. I forgot about this. Now that the beastman has a lot of these things, we can certainly save some money if we buy it from them." Zhao Hai nodded. "Therefore, from now on, You need to think about this matter. Not only could we get items cheaply, we can also make a good impression towards the beastmen. Atai and sister-in-law nodded. Then sister-in-law said, "Young master, after the beastmen returned to Beast God City, the Beast King left behind a message stating that once you return to the city, you should go and visit him at least once." Zhao Hai nodded. He believed that the Beast King would certainly do this. He had given the beastmen a huge help, so the Beast King would definitely not ignore it. Zhao Hai just didn't expect the Beast King to leave a message this soon. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, "Since I've just arrived, I'll go see the Beast King tomorrow." "Right. You don't need to take care of me, I'll be resting." Atai and his wife nodded and left, leaving only Zhao Hai, Shu and Shun in the tent. Zhao Hai turned his head to Shu and Shun and said, "Looks like things are going smooth this time. As long as we take care of our matters here, we'll go back to the mainland, then we'll go explore the other nations, like Lion Empire, Buddha Empire and the Ocean Waves Dynasty. It would be very regrettable if we don't go there." Shun smiled and said, "The map of the southern part still wasn't registered in the space, so we can use this opportunity to place them into the map." "Young master, can we also go and see the dwarves? From what I heard, they love drinking. Perhaps we can gain good things if we go and see them." Zhao Hai nodded. "We should go and see them. If we want to get some iron in the mainland, it would be very difficult, but if we approach the dwarves, we might get the opportunity to trade with them. That would be very advantageous for us." Shu nodded and said, "Dwarf Iron Mountain is in Buddha Empire. Because of that, the Buddha Empire's heavy armor cavalry was able to move around unhindered. But I heard that the dwarf race also has some special plants and animals. If we get those things for the space, perhaps young master can upgrade it." "There's nothing more important than increasing the space's levels right now." Zhao Hai and Shun nodded. It was true that the most important thing for them right now was to upgrade the space. Once the space levels up, it would be able to produce a lot of high-level plants, and if they compound those, they might be able to make 8th to 9th level potions. At the very best, they can make anyone enter 9th rank. Then in the future, they would be able to walk sideways in the continent. And most importantly, one of the reasons that Zhao Hai was looking forward to the space reaching level 50 was the ability to use multiple backgrounds. Chapter 553, Seeing the Beast King. Shun knew that what Shu said was right, but he still frowned and said, "Young master, I think there is a much more suitable place to make the space level up." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know that you mean the Elven Forest. I also heard that there were a lot of stranger plants there. It certainly is the place most suitable to upgrade the space. But you should know about the temperament of the elves. They absolutely hate humans. If we just trashly enter their forest, they might see it as aggression. Therefore, I'd rather see the dwarves first. I heard that the dwarves have some contact with the elves sometimes. I want to see if we can learn something about the elves from the dwarves." Shun nodded and said, "So that's the case. But is it true? I heard that the dwarves are hot-tempered, with attitudes no worse than the beastmen. They like to play with iron, drinking liquor, and are generally rude artisans. On the other hand, the elves are elegant, seemingly looking like art, and has a huge affection towards music. Would such people have a friendly relationship with the dwarven race?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Who knows? I only read it in a passing note. I don't know if it's true or not, but elves disliking the humans is something everyone on the mainland knows. Therefore, it would be much better for us to head to Dwarf Iron Mountain first." Shun nodded. Then Shu looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Young master, What do you think the Beast King wants to talk to you about? Shun smiled and said, it should be something good. The young master has helped them quite a lot. With the attitude of the beastman, they would definitely give benefits to the young master. Shu actually shook his head and said, not necessarily. The Beast King is astute. Him looking for a young master might not be a good thing. Young master. Don't think that things would be like the Herculean bulls where the conclusion came in smoothly. For a person of the Beast King's level, they will definitely think much deeper into this matter. He would surely not completely believe in you even if you helped them this time. Therefore, it would be a good thing if we get careful in interacting with them in the future. Zhao Hai nodded. What Shu said is reasonable. Although the Beast King is a beastman, he is also a king, and had been for several years. His position being stable meant that he is strong both physically and mentally. We do indeed need to be more careful with him in the future. Then the three people chatted for a while before Atai came and offered Zhao Hai a meal. After eating their meal, Atai started to get busy in preparing to trade goods with the beastman. But even so, Zhao Hai didn't actually make an appearance. The next morning, after Zhao Hai ate his breakfast, he sat in the carriage and headed towards the Beast King's place. There might only be few structures in the city, but the most famous of them was definitely the Beast King's palace. Although the Beast King Palace had palace in its name, its structure wasn't really that big. It couldn't even compare to a small human castle. There was no way for the beastman to construct such a large building. If a beastman wanted to build a house, they would have to kill some magic beasts. And one should know that magic beasts were extremely valuable assets for the beastman. They simply cannot bear to kill a lot of them. Because of this, although the walls of the city wasn't bad, the buildings inside were mainly tents. The few buildings that were inside Beast God City were small buildings of about 3 stories at most that had their own fences surrounding them. The city's walls can be said to be the most extravagant structure that the Beastman had made. There was no fixed master of the Beast King Palace. When the Beastman changes their king, the new Beast King would relocate to the Beast King Palace. When a king is replaced, then they would naturally need to move out. It can be said that the Beast King Palace was a holy place in the hearts of all the beastmen. Therefore, it was understandable for their guards to be very strict. When Zhao Hai arrived outside the palace, he immediately got out of his carriage and examined the Beast King Palace. The palace walls weren't very high, only about 10 meters in height. Above the main entrance, 3 characters were engraved that spelled Beast King Palace, and at the walls, the flag of the tiger race has been placed on a pole and then hoisted up. Guarding the entrance were 4 tiger beastmen. On their hands were long steel spears, on their waists were leather whips. At the same time, they were also wearing great leather armor. When Zhao Hai stepped forward, he was met with cold looks from these tiger beastmen. Zhao Hai reorganized his clothes and then arrived in front of a guard and gave a salute. Beastman brother, hello. I'll have to ask you to inform the Beast King that Zhao Hai has come to answer his summons. Zhao Hai specifically picked his words. He told the guards that he only came here because he was ordered by the Beast King to do so. This way, the beastman guards wouldn't be suspicious of him and might even allow him to go in. Sure enough, when the guard heard Zhao Hai say his name, his expression immediately lightened up by a few levels, but he still didn't make a move. He just gestured to a big tent beside the palace as he said, "You go to that tent over there. Someone would help you once you enter." After Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude, he immediately headed towards the tent. The decorations inside the tent were quite simple. There were several small tables inside where a few people were sitting in. Some of these people were tiger beastmen while some are from the fox tribe. Zhao Hai didn't dare to ignore them. so he immediately approached a table with a tiger beastman and said, "Brother, hello. I'm here in the orders of the Beast King. I'll have to ask brother to send word for me." The tiger wasn't as strong as the others, although his figure was still very tall. He looked a little thin compared to the other people in his race, but if he were compared to Zhao Hai, he would look like a big man. The beastman looked at Zhao Hai and faintly smiled. "So it's Mr. Zhao Hai. His Majesty did give the word for your visit. Please wait for a while. I'll have someone come and escort you." After the person left, the 5 remaining people looked at Zhao Hai curiously. Zhao Hai gave a salute to these people and said, "Everyone, this is our first meeting. I really haven't prepared any good gifts. I hope these bottles of liquor would suffice." Then he gave each of them 1 bag of his milk wine. The people inside the tent smiled. It was common courtesy to provide gifts when one meets a beastman for the first time. Since Zhao Hai gave them something, these people immediately felt closer to him. One of the fox beastmen, who looked like a young man, smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "We've already heard of Mr. Zhao Hai's name. For Mr. to be the foreign prince of the Herculean bull tribe as well as obtain the friendship flags of the dog-headed race and the black bear tribe. This meant that Mr. is a true friend to the beastman. I must invite Mr. to visit our fox tribe in the future. We have some businesses to discuss with Mr." The fox-headed race was generally considered to be the most wily among the beastmen. They were notoriously shrewd, and many merchants were very reluctant in doing business with them. This was because the foxes were too smart, and there were times where the merchants' tricks failed because of the shrewdness of these foxes. Zhao Hai didn't care about that as he smiled faintly and said, "I'd be happy to do business with the fox beastman. Rest assured, I will certainly give you a visit." The fox beastman smiled and said, "All right. We shall certainly kill some argali to welcome you." At this time, sounds of footsteps could be heard, and before long, the previous beastman came in from outside. He gave Zhao Hai a small bow and said, "I'm inviting Mr. Zhao Hai. His Majesty is already waiting for you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then placed a bag of milk wine on the beastman's table and said, "Thank you, brother. Please receive this small gift from me." The tiger beastman didn't decline. Based on beastman tradition, if others gave you a gift and you didn't accept it, then it meant that you didn't regard the other party as a friend. This was very different from the human race. Back in the human lands, if one gives you a gift, it was proper practice to decline it for 1 or 2 times before receiving it. Then the 2 went out of the tent and headed towards the Beast King Palace. This time, the guards didn't stop them. The 2 were immediately allowed inside without any obstructions. Once inside the palace, Zhao Hai couldn't stop himself from staring. Inside, he actually cannot see a single tiger beastman guard. Most of the people inside were from the fox race and the rest were half-beastman slaves. All of the people inside were very busy carrying and shuffling sheepskin scrolls. The Beast King Palace wasn't a large place, but the entire place looks like a machine in high performance. People were processing documents, filing them, delivering them to another person and then repeat. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the Beast King Palace, the Rosen Empire's palace, although very stylish, was very short of this kind of vigorous vitality. It was certainly a pity. Under the leadership of the tiger beastman, Zhao Hai quickly navigated through the palace, and in the middle of it was a small building. In front of this building were a couple of tiger beastmen guards. They wore leather armor while having 2 steel whips placed on the back. Zhao Hai and the tiger beastman arrived in front of the guards and said, "This is Mr. Zhao Hai. Allow him to come in." The guard nodded. Then he waved his hand. The tiger beastman nodded and then left. The guard looked at Zhao Hai and gave him a salute. "Mister, come with me. The Majesty is inside." Zhao Hai returned the courtesy and then followed the guard to enter the building. Zhao Hai stared as he went in the building. He expected that there would be a living room and some other rooms inside, but in truth, this place was unexpectedly the Beast King's study. Inside, there were several large bookcases. Above the building was a sheepskin curtain. A thick wool carpet was spread on the floor. In the middle of the room was a huge brazier, with flames constantly flashing inside. Not far away behind the brazier was a large table. Behind that table was a chair, of which the Beast King was sitting at, with a lowered head as he wrote. There were several fox beastmen nearby as well, silently writing on some documents. The guard bowed towards the Beast King and said, "Your Majesty, Mr. Zhao Hai is here." The Beast King looked up. Zhao Hai held a chest salute and said, "Zhao Hai has come under the Beast King's summons. I ask His Majesty's forgiveness for me being late." The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. Good, good. All right, come and have a seat." He stood up and walked towards the brazier. Right beside the brazier was a circular table with stools on its side. Zhao Hai sat alongside the Beast King near the brazier. The guard immediately heated some milk wine on the brazier before serving it to both Zhao Hai and the Beast King before he retreated. The Beast King held his glass up and hinted towards Zhao Hai before the two of them drank the wine. Chapter 554. Cooperation. When Zhao Hai saw the Beast King's gesture, he didn't dare to ignore it. Thus, he also drank from his cup. These days, he has rarely drunk this kind of pure, undistilled milk wine. Although the smell of this wine is heavier, he has to recognize that its fragrance made the wine's flavor quite different. The Beast King smiled when he saw Zhao Hai drink the milk wine without his brows wrinkling. He knew that only a few humans can stomach milk wine. There were human merchants who had been trading in the prairie for a long time but still couldn't drink milk wine. Zhao Hai wasn't like any of them. He even seems like he loved drinking it. The Beast King placed his glass down and had the guard serve him another glass. Then the Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I want to thank you for last time. If it weren't for your help, our beastman race would have experienced huge losses." Zhao Hai also placed his glass down, allowing the guard to fill it back up. He smiled towards the Beast King and said, "Your Majesty is too polite. I treat the beastmen as my friends, and the Radiant Church as my enemies. There is no reason for me to not help my friends and instead aid my foe." The Beast King smiled. Then he said, "I made someone inquire, and I discovered that the grain that you sell to the beastmen was priced much lower than other human merchants. Why is that?" Zhao Hai replied, "This isn't something strange. The other merchants needed to recoup their transportation expenses, but on the other hand, I have my spatial bags. Since I use spatial equipment in transporting grain to the prairie, then naturally my prices would be much smaller." The Beast King nodded, and then he laughed and said, "I'm afraid this method is very difficult for the others to learn. Nobody would use their spatial equipment just to transport grain." Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He knew that what the Beast King said was right, but the actual reason why Zhao Hai's method cannot be copied by the other merchants was because they didn't have Zhao Hai's space. The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and then said, "There aren't any human merchants that would dare come to the prairie at this time. I estimate that this situation would go on for several months. Although we had managed to snatch a lot of things, I'm sure those would run out in a few short months. At the same time, small merchants would refrain from doing business in the prairie anymore because of the fair price agreement. In the future, I fear that the food shortage would be even bigger than this time, and when that time comes, we could only get grain at a high price. Do you have any solutions to this?" Zhao Hai smiled to the Beast King and replied, "Your Majesty, You don't need to worry about this. As long as the beastmen need food, I can sell it. This is not a problem. The Beast King stared, then his two eyes turned bright as he looked straight into Zhao Hai's eyes and said, "You mean you have a lot of grain? Are they breadfruits?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I have plenty of breadfruits, plenty of bamboo rice as well. Therefore, Your Majesty don't need to worry about the prairie's food in the future." The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai. He seems to think that he had misunderstood what Zhao Hai just said. The reason why he invited Zhao Hai over was to gauge if Zhao Hai is truly a friend to the beastmen. If Zhao Hai passes his evaluation, then he would give him satisfactory benefits. If he fails, then even if he wouldn't chase Zhao Hai out, he would still be on guard against him. But he didn't think that Zhao Hai's reply would be this. He was very clear about the amount of food that the entire beastman race needed. It was an astronomical amount. When Zhao Hai saw the Beast King's expression, he knew what was on the Beast King's mind. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, you don't really have to worry. My territory doesn't only produce bamboo rice and breadfruit, I also have other things cultivated there. To be honest, if I don't sell my food over to the beastmen and instead dump them to the human markets, then I'm afraid the price of food would immediately plummet, and I don't want it to be like that. Therefore, I want to bring them over to the prairie and sell it here. Not only is the purchase price high in the prairie, the demand is also very large, and if I sell my products to the beastmen, I won't be affecting the human markets, and I won't be destabilizing the economy." The Beast King nodded. Although he was a beastman, after all these years of being a Beast King, he has managed to have some understanding about human matters. He knew that among the merchants who came to the prairie, only those big merchants were able to make a fortune. Small merchants wouldn't be able to earn a lot. He knew the price of grain on human lands, but he also knew how much it costs for the humans to transport grain to the prairie. Aside from artificial reasons, this overhead cost was the reason why prices of grain in the prairie was very high. Because of this, the fair price agreement between the empires and the beastmen didn't include having the same price as in the human domain. This was because it would be an unrealistic scenario, and there would be no merchants that would sell food to the beastmen anymore if that happens. Moreover, the Beast King also knew that in the human lands, the influence of each great noble family was very formidable, and with how their grain business is closely tied with their military, these great nobles would do their best in order to keep the price constant. Any fluctuation to the market would have huge impact to these great nobles. As for the Buddha clan, the Beast King was aware of it as well. The rise of this clan can only be described as absurd. In a very short year, forget about being a middle-ranked clan, they immediately became one of the most powerful clans in the human continent. This kind of development can only be read in legends. These information were acquired by the Beast King from the nobles that they had fought. In truth, he had expected Zhao Hai to be someone who didn't have much reputation among the humans, but after his inquiries, he managed to find out how big Zhao Hai's fame was. With Zhao Hai's recent response, the Beast King finally believed that Zhao Hai did really have a huge hatred towards the Radiant Church. But if he adds the great nobles to his list of enemies, he wouldn't be able to thrive among his race. Affecting the grain market of the human race wasn't something that the Buddha clan can afford to handle. Seeing the Beast King starting to believe him, Zhao Hai then said, "I really do see the beastmen as friends. To tell you the truth, I really don't like to interact with other humans. It's too tiring." Haha. The Beast King stared at Zhao Hai before he chuckled, and then it turned into a laugh so thick that it penetrated deep into one's soul. After some time, the Beast King stopped, and then with a deep voice he said to Zhao Hai, "Good, Good. Starting today, you're also going to be my friend, as well as my tiger tribe's friend. The Beast King wasn't only the alliance leader of the Beastman race, at the same time, he was also the patriarch of the giant tiger tribe. His influence in his tribe was so big that he can claim to say these words. When Zhao Hai heard the Beast King, his heart couldn't help but beat in glee. He knew how heavy the words of the Beast King were. With those words, he would be able to walk in the prairie much more freely. Even the famous tribes of the prairie would have to give him face. Zhao Hai immediately stood up and gave a salute. Zhao Hai is very thankful to His Majesty. The Beast King waved his hand and had Zhao Hai sit down. Then he said, "Our Beastman race's food problem would be handed over to you. I don't know if you knew, but why do you think our Beastman race is always fighting? It's to survive. If the big tribes wanted to survive, they would have to snatch from the small tribes, and in turn, those small tribes would snatch from the smaller tribes. In between these battles, a lot of lives would be lost, all because there is no food. As a beastman myself, thinking about this is very painful." Zhao Hai couldn't think of any response as he listened to the Beast King. What the Beast King said was true. Do the beastmen really want to fight? Of course not. No race was born to kill and die. All of them were only compelled to do so in order to survive. The Beast King sighed and then turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "These years, we had always wanted to establish a good relationship with the humans, but the human race simply didn't pay any attention to our beastman race. They regard us as barbarians. Some even look at us as if we are wild beasts. The only thing they want from us is more profit." With such people, who in their right minds would want to cooperate with them? Zhao Hai, those few words you spoke back then outside Iron Wall Fortress moved me. You say that in your eyes, beastmen and humans are the same intelligent beings. That made me think, if there was one human that we beastmen can comfortably cooperate with, it would only be you. Zhao Hai stared at the Beast King. He didn't say anything. He knew that these words of the Beast King were spoken with true sincerity. This was what was truly inside the Beast King's heart. After a moment, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, I'll stand behind the words that I've said. I treat the beastman as my equal. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry about anything if you cooperate with me." The Beast King nodded and then patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. "All right, I'll believe you. I hope you can do it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I won't disappoint you, Your Majesty." "Right, I'll have to offer Your Majesty a cup." Then he turned his hand and took out a bottle of milk wine. The Beast King looked the bottle that Zhao Hai just took out. He had seen this liquor before. The Herculean bulls and the black bears have gifted him some of these. To be honest, he really loved this liquor. This liquor was obviously milk wine, but it was much different than what he had drank before. The Beast King didn't decline and then finished his milk wine first before handing his cup over to Zhao Hai. After he took a sip of Zhao Hai's milk wine, he nodded. This was indeed the same wine that the Black Bear tribe has sent. After looking at the Beast King, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, perhaps we can cooperate and produce this liquor. What do you think?" The Beast King couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai in confusion. He knew what this liquor represented. It represented huge profits, incomparably huge profits. When he went to the human lands, he also inquired about this liquor. This milk wine was very popular among the humans as well. Moreover, it's sold at a very high price. If Zhao Hai cooperates with the beastmen, then it would absolutely bring them huge benefits. Chapter 555, Cooperation 2. The Beast King stared at Zhao Hai. He really cannot believe what he just heard. He knew that Zhao Hai was the sole producer of this milk wine in the human domain. But if Zhao Hai can tell the beastman the method, then the beastman would be gaining very good benefits. Zhao Hai looked at the Beast King's expression and smiled. I think that the milk wine the beastmen produce actually tastes very good, but it cannot be stored for too long. I can process your milk wine and make them into this. What I'm thinking about was for the beastmen to ferment the wine and then sell them to me. After that I'll be selling the processed wine to the mainland. What do you think? The Beast King knitted his brows. To be honest, he didn't like this approach. This was because the beastmen wouldn't gain a lot of benefits. But except for this method, Zhao Hai might not accept any other way. However, after thinking about it, the Beast King still felt relief. This method of turning normal milk wine to high-quality milk wine was something that only Zhao Hai possessed. If Zhao Hai taught them for no reason, then that would be very suspicious. But even if Zhao Hai didn't teach them the method, it doesn't really matter. After all, Zhao Hai buying their milk wine would provide an income to a lot of beastmen households. The beastmen heard Argali, and like any other beast, the Argali would eventually give birth, and along with that, they would produce milk. However, all of these milk couldn't be entirely drank by the beastmen. Therefore, they would transform the milk into other products such as milk wine, cheese, milk skin, and so on. But these products were still hard to preserve, especially in the prairie. The prairie's environment can cause food to quickly spoil. Sometimes, beastmen would just drink the milk as though they were water, which was really a waste. If Zhao Hai bought the milk, then it would certainly be beneficial to ordinary beastmen. The Beast King nodded and said, "This is a good thing. But how do you plan to collect these milk wines? If they were left for a long time, then their taste would change. Once it changed flavor, do you still want to make them into your milk wine?" Zhao Hai smiled. "This is something that I'd like to ask your majesty for help. I want to cooperate with some beastmen, preferably the big tribes. I'll ask them to collect those milk wines and then I'll take them once every few days. What do you think about this?" The Beast King thought for a moment and nodded. "This is not an issue. It helps the beastmen as well. But the beastmen prairie is too large. Even if the tribes are willing to cooperate with you, are you able to pick them all up?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, did you forget? I have my blood hawks. I can use them as transport, greatly reducing travel time. I'll take care of everything else as long as you can make those tribes work with me." The Beast King nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled. I'll help you and write a letter to those big tribes. When you have time, you can go to them and discuss your terms." Zhao Hai nodded. "Thanks a lot, Your Majesty. I'll go visit them as soon as possible." The Beast King smiled and said, "You don't need to be polite. This is also a good thing to us beastmen. Moreover, I'm not afraid of you deceiving me. In fact, even if you did, we wouldn't be losing a lot. These things would sometimes just turn to waste. With your business, we would be able to turn these excess things into money. It's definitely worth it." When Zhao Hai heard the Beast King, he couldn't help but smile and said, "It would indeed be better if the beastmen would gain some income. Their lives would be a bit better." "Right. I can pay the beastmen in 3 ways. First method is paying them with food and daily necessities. Another way is to pay them with gold and silver. They can use it to trade with other human merchants. The third is magic beasts, such as Argali. Naturally, I won't be buying them in high price. I also ask His Majesty to explain it to them. I'm afraid that they won't believe me." The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and forced a smile. "Not only them, even I might not believe it. If you tell me that you'd buy them in gold and silver, then I might believe you. But trading milk wine with Argali, I'm afraid that's too good to be true. You must know that compared to humans, we beastmen regard Argali as much more valuable than grain." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I know, But your majesty can rest assured. I meant what I just said. The Beast King nodded and then he smiled to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, I'll believe you. I'll release word to the prairie about this. You don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded. "I'll work on this as soon as possible." The Beast King gave a nod. Then he turned to the Tiger Guard and said, "Little Tiger, inform everyone that I'll be having a meal with Mr. Zhao Hai at noon. Make them prepare something delicious." Zhao Hai didn't stop the Beast King. Having a meal with the Beast King can also give him some advantages. He looked at the Beast King and said, "Your Majesty, I'm planning to see the dwarf race after a period of time. Therefore, I'll leave the matters of the prairie over to Ottai. If your Majesty needs anything, you can just send word to Magic Lily's store and inform him. He will then pass the message over to me." The Beast King's eyes shined as he said, "You want to go to the dwarves? That's fantastic. I heard that the dwarves have a lot of similarities with the beastmen. They also have contact with the elves, so they shouldn't be worrying about food." "Zhao Hai, I only ask you for one thing. Can you help us get some ironware when you return? Not just weapons, but anything made from iron would be great. The beastman really lacks a lot of iron." Zhao Hai nodded and smiled. "The dwarves make a lot of metallic items. I think that wouldn't be a problem. Your Majesty can rest assured." When the Beast King heard Zhao Hai, his expression immediately turned to happiness as he replied, "That's great. I must thank you in advance. All right, let's leave and go to the dining room." Zhao Hai didn't decline and went to the dining room with the Beast King, and when they arrived Zhao Hai stared. Didn't expect the dining room to be another small building inside the Beast King Palace. This building has 3 stories. The first and second stories were places for the staff to eat while the topmost floor was dedicated for the Beast King. This made Zhao Hai feel new and strange. The Beast King was really very different compared to the human monarchs. For example, when the Rosen Emperor eats a meal, he would do it in special place. It was impossible for other people to eat there. The only exception was when the emperor allowed that person to dine there. But in the Beast King Palace, the Beast King actually dines in the same place as the others. When they arrived at the dining room, some fox beastmen immediately served them several milk products. Naturally, all of these are just side dishes. The main dish was of course the meat. While Zhao Hai and the Beast King were eating, they discussed the details of the milk wine transaction. The discussion was even carried over after their meal. It was evident that the Beast King was very enthusiastic about this cooperation. After leaving the Beast King Palace, Zhao Hai immediately returned to Magic Lily's shop, but after arriving in front of the shop, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The state of the shop was much more different compared to yesterday's desolate atmosphere. Currently, the shop was very lively. A lot of beastmen were encircling the shop and being noisy. After listening for a while, Zhao Hai understood what was going on. Ottai must have already spread their intent to buy those things that were useless to the beastmen. The beastmen were now discussing with Ottai about the price of their trade. These people weren't representing themselves, but instead their own tribes. Therefore, they didn't bring anything along with them. But it was certain that the volume wouldn't be very small. Zhao Hai didn't mind it. Ottai can deal with this situation by himself. Therefore, he returned to his tent at the back along with Shu and Shun. After entering the tent, Zhao Hai immediately went to the space and discussed his milk wine cooperation with the beastmen to Laura and the others. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but knit her brows and said, "Brother Hai, this is indeed a great idea, but with this, our prices in the hotel would be lowered. Also, our wineries aren't fully built as well. I'm afraid we won't be able to get any profits in the short term." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I know, but in fact, it's very simple to process milk wine. as long as we have more apparatus for distillation, everything will be okay. We've been doing things wrong since the beginning. We have the processing machine. We can just produce some more efficient distillation equipment. Not only could it enhance the flavor, its output was much higher as well. And don't forget, although the beastmen can produce milk wine, a majority of them used argily milk. Even if argily milk tastes good, it couldn't compare to the cow milk that we use. Therefore, our own milk wine would still taste much better. When we sell the beastman's milk wine, we can just label it as a common liquor, while we advertise our milk wine as high-end versions. With this contrast, we can still manage to get substantial income from this business. As soon as Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They had experienced how magical the processing machine was. As long as they know what they want, then the processing machine can certainly make it. They couldn't think of anything that the processing machine can't make. Therefore, Zhao Hai's idea was very reasonable. At the same time, outsiders aren't able to observe what happens inside the Black Wasteland, so this method was indeed feasible. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, then there's no problem. Now that we got our trade network, selling them out wouldn't be a problem. Brother Hai, we must carry this out as soon as possible. Not only would it make the beastmen comfortable, it can also bring a lot more benefits to our Buddha clan." Lizzie nodded and said, "Big Brother Hai, I think that we should also inform Third Brother about this. After all, most of our sales involve wholesale. We need to rely on others with regards to retail business." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "We don't need to worry about this for now. We need to first establish a receiving network inside the prairie. After that, it wouldn't be too late to discuss things with Third Brother. Moreover, for the system of receiving goods, I already have someone in mind." Lizzie stared in confusion as she asked, "Someone? Who is that?" "We already have our blood hawks. We don't need to cooperate with another person." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The Beastman Prairie is too big. Moreover, I don't want to bring attention to the amount of blood hawks that I have. Therefore, I wanted to cooperate with the hawk beastmen. Although they cannot fly as far, short distances wouldn't be a problem. They can help us concentrate the supply from some small tribes to the big tribes. It would be much more convenient for us to collect it with that method. And if we cooperate with the hawk beastmen, it would be equal to tying them with our business. For us, this is definitely a good choice." Laura nodded and said, "I agree with Brother Hai's words. The hawk race is also a big warring race. The placement of the tribes is very broad, and their status among the beastmen is high as well. We must ask for the Beast King's help in convincing the hawk race to help us. At the same time, this cooperation would bring benefits to them as well, so they definitely won't decline. The Markey family has some relationship with the golden-ringed hawks from before. We can approach them for this matter." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he smiled faintly and said, "As long as this thing goes through, I think the friendship flags of the tiger and hawk race would be in our hands soon. When that happens, our Buddha clan's reputation in the prairie would be increased. This would be very good for our future plans in the prairie." Laura nodded. "Although we have a lot of business there, we don't have a lot of partnerships with the big warring tribes. We only have dogs and black bears. If we want to dominate the entire grain market of the prairie, gaining a lot of partnerships would be the most important thing for us to do." Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, when do you plan on visiting the hawk tribe?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'll go visit them 2 days after the Beast King spreads the word of our milk wine cooperation. When that time comes, it wouldn't be too late for me to visit them." Megan looked at Zhao Hai and shifted the topic. "Elder Brother Hai, Do you really want the dwarves to make some weapons for the beastmen? What if they attack the humans? Zhao Hai sighed. Then he replied, it really depends. If the beastmen are really willing to attack the humans, they wouldn't even need weapons in order to do so. But if they don't want to attack, even if they have good weapons, they still wouldn't do so. Lori nodded and said, things are still arbitrary. After all, we still don't know the situation with the dwarves, but if the Beast King says that they have a relationship with the elves, then it is possibly so. As long as we get in touch with the elves as well, then the benefits to us would be very big. The people present knew what Laura meant. They needed a lot of things to upgrade the space, and they didn't have the means to do so right now. Therefore, they can only get the materials from the elven forests in order to progress. The elven forest was recognized as the most mystical place that was inhabited by an intelligent race. Its mysteriousness wasn't any worse than the carrion swamp, and from the previous contacts with the elves, it was said that the forest contained a lot of strange flowers and plants, and it was precisely those things that managed to get Zhao Hai's attention. Chapter 556, Karen Goes Insane. Several days passed as Zhao Hai stayed inside Magic Lily's shop. However, he wasn't idling inside. Although he has mapped most of the prairie, there was still quite a large chunk of it that he has not yet saved. If he wanted to do business in the entire Beastman Prairie, then it would be better for him to save the prairie's map into the Spaces Monitor. At the same time, Tai has been busy as well. He was working hard at making the transactions with the Beastman. From being an unknown store, the Magic Lily shop had already managed to make a reputation among the Beastmen, and it was not only because it was the first shop that had Beastman friendship flags in it, but it was also because of the recent matter. Being reluctant in throwing useless things away was another trait of the Beastmen. Because of this, they would have piles of rotting things in their hands. They couldn't sell it off as well since it was also useless to the other tribes. But now that Magic Lily shop was willing to take those off of their hands, it wasn't a mystery as to why the Beastmen were ecstatic. It didn't take long before word spread to the entire Beastman Prairie, giving the Beastmen a favorable impression towards Magic Lily shop. 5 days after Zhao Hai met with the Beast King, a reaction was finally seen in Beast God City. The Beast King sent forth various scrolls out. These scrolls were like those used in ancient China. Those scrolls were sent to various patriarchs of the Beastman race, informing them about Zhao Hai's milk-wine partnership. The excitement that this caused was much greater than the purchasing of useless goods. Many patriarchs had gone to Beast God City to confirm whether this was true or not. In turn, this made Tai much more busy. He now has to deal with the inquiries of the patriarchs every day. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and knew that it was the time to visit the golden-ringed hawks. Through the golden-ringed hawks, he can reach the hawk race's royal tribe. Then he would talk to their hawk king with regards to his plan of cooperation with the entire hawk race. 3 days after the Beast King sent word out, Zhao Hai rode his carriage as it left Beast God City and headed to the Golden-Ringed Hawks territory. The Golden-Ringed Hawks were also a major force inside the hawk race. They were one of the formidable beastmen in the prairie. Their builds weren't tall and big, however their flying mounts were fast. Among the beastmen race, the Golden-Ringed Hawks were among the most well-known aerial scouts. In the past, when the Golden-Ringed Hawks and the Marquis family were in a partnership, the way that the Marquis family conducted themselves were very overbearing. Therefore, their cooperation with the Golden-Ringed Hawks wasn't very big. If one were to describe it, their transactions might be in the low to medium-sized. Zhao Hai's carriage traveled quickly. He wanted to reach the hawk race at the shortest possible time and discuss the cooperation with the other races. This way, The logistics of the milk wine business would get established as early as possible. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had spent a lot of gold coins in the space to make a lot of advanced level distillation equipment. Once these equipment were installed in Iron Mountain Fort, their milk wine output would definitely increase by a large amount. Naturally, these equipment needed power, but Zhao Hai had already thought about it, so he also had the processing machine make a set of generators in the space. These generators were hydropower generators. Although their electric output wasn't high, it was enough to satiate for the power consumption of the distillation equipment. And since the process involved electricity, Zhao Hai made sure to have the workers educated in safety and reminded them to work carefully. He didn't want someone to have an accident. But while Zhao Hai installed these things, a person immediately came with eyes as bright and shiny as the sun. This person was none other than his father-in-law, Karen. Karen was infatuated in inventions and novel ideas, and the things that he invented were mostly dealing with magic formations that increase comfort of life. So now that he saw the new things that Zhao Hai brought, he immediately felt very curious. Therefore, it didn't take a long time before he planned to allocate all of his time and energy to research this new thing. When Zhao Hai saw his expression, he immediately invited Karen into the space, letting Karen see the blueprints of these new equipment. And since Karen was an expert in this field, he immediately discovered how useful these things would be in the Ark continent. Because of the existence of magic crystals, most of the equipment in the continent were exclusively using magic crystals as sources of power. The blueprints that Zhao Hai showed Karen made him see another side of the world. It seems like there was a power system that can replace the magic crystals. Zhao Hai didn't plan to stop Karen upon seeing his excited expression. He allowed Karen to inspect the equipment, but he also told Laura to pay attention to Karen and make sure that he gets proper food and rest. Zhao Hai knew that Karen was a research freak. Once Karen discovers something interesting, it wasn't unlikely for him to study without end. 5 days passed by and Zhao Hai finally arrived at the Golden Ringed Hawk's domain. In Zhao Hai's mind, he expected the Golden Ringed Hawks to live in a mountain or maybe in a forest. However, he didn't think that the Golden Ringed Hawks camp would actually be just like the camp of any other beastman in the prairie. On Zhao Hai's carriage, the friendship flags of the Dog Race and the Black Bear tribe as well as the Herculean Bull King's flag was erected. Therefore, one could say that his road was always left unblocked. Every tribe that Zhao Hai met treated him with politeness, and when it was time to rest in the evening, these tribes would be very enthusiastic to have Zhao Hai stay with them. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't decline their offers. He also gave these tribes some of his milk wine as a gift. The tribes near Beast God City were almost all big warring tribes. When they went to war, a lot of their loot came up to be useless, so when Magic Lily Shop started to buy these items, these tribes were extremely glad. And since Zhao Hai was the shop's owner, it was no wonder that they treated Zhao Hai as a valuable guest. At the same time, the reason why Zhao Hai gave them some milk wine was because these beastmen weren't lacking in both grain and daily necessities. He also decided to give them his milk wine in order to show them the milk wine that he'd make from the milk wines that these tribes would produce. This way, the dots in these beastmen's minds would eventually fade away. When Zhao Hai finally arrived at the Golden Ringed Hawk's domain, he didn't even need to head towards their main camp before the tribe sent a party to welcome him. A team of 1,000 Golden Ringed Hawk Knights descended next to Zhao Hai's carriage. When Zhao Hai gave his name, they immediately flew back up into the sky and lead the way towards their main camp. Upon arriving at the camp of the Golden Ringed Hawks, Zhao Hai was immediately led to the camp's golden tent. This golden tent was very similar to other golden tents of the beastmen, but from what Zhao Hai can see, the living standards of this tribe was very good. Their golden tent looked much better compared to the black bears. When Zhao Hai entered the tent, he saw several golden ringed hawks present inside. On the most honored seat, an old golden ringed hawk can be seen. This old beastman had a huge hawk head, and the feathers on his neck were gold. It looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai quickly noticed an issue. Although the golden ringed hawks had hawk heads, the shape of their faces were more like a human. At the very least, their eyes weren't on the sides of their heads, but were instead at the front like how humans were. They looked more like a human with crazy hair compared to a hawk-headed beastman. Zhao Hai quickly took a step forward and made a bow and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the golden-ringed hawk tribe's Hawk King. I thank the Hawk King for sparing time to see me." The golden-ringed Hawk King laughed and stood up to help Zhao Hai up. Then he said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is too polite. Even the Beast King treats you as an honored guest, so how could I dare neglect your presence?" His voice was somewhat hoarse, but his imposing tone was very strong, worthy of someone who held the title of Hawk King. Zhao Hai hastily straightened his body and then smiled and said, "The Hawk King is also too polite. I only became the Beast King's guest because of his summons, and then we discussed about a partnership. Therefore, I won't dare to receive the Hawk King's favor." The Hawk King laughed. Mr. shouldn't be too polite. For the Beast King to accept Mr.'s milk wine business meant that the Beast King also held you in high regard. "Right, Mr. What's the reason for you to specially came to my golden-ringed hawk tribe?" Zhao Hai quickly replied and said, "The Hawk King might not know, but the Marquis family who had business with you in the past is somewhat related to me. Therefore, I went here to see you first." The Hawk King asked Zhao Hai to sit down first, then he offered him milk tea and then said, "Oh, I didn't know about that. What relationship did Mr. and the Marquis family have? But I heard that Mr. is part of the Buddha clan." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "My Buddha clan was once a medium-sized family in the Wuxia Empire, but were later framed and was exiled to the Black Wasteland. Since we can't develop the land there, I had no choice but do business, and then while doing so, I fell in love with a young lady from the Marquis family named Laura. But the Marquis family didn't like me, and were very adamant in breaking our relationship, so they sent some assassins to deal with me many times. In the end, I had enough of it and decided to eliminate them, making my wife the family's patriarch. And after my wife took over, we noticed that the family had some business with the golden-ringed hawk tribe in the past. But when we were about to visit, we didn't expect that the Radiant Church would cause a food shortage in the prairie. I only have so much food in my hand that it would only be like throwing a cup of water in a burning carriage if I decided to help. And now that my wife is handling the affairs of the Marquis family after the family's recent conflict, we had no other choice but to let other business go. It's truly regrettable." Zhao Hai said these to the Hawk King because he wanted to tell the Hawk King that the Marquis family who interacted with you before was not the same as the Marquis family right now. Zhao Hai knew that the Marquis family didn't have any good reputation in the prairie, so he was afraid that the Hawks would misunderstand him. If he doesn't say those words, then the cooperation with the Hawks might go through a bumpy road. At the same time, from the Hawk King's words, Zhao Hai understood that the golden-ringed hawks were somewhat aware of the situation on the human domain. Therefore, Zhao Hai told his matters to the Hawk King straightly, avoiding any misunderstandings in the future. Chapter 557. Hawk King Mountain. The Hawk King quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. To be honest, he already had a bit of understanding about Zhao Hai's affairs. Back at the war, When Zhao Hai gave the beastman information, the Beast King had asked the Hawk King to look into Zhao Hai, so naturally the Hawk King would know. Since the Hawk King found out beforehand, therefore he knew that Zhao Hai's words were true. In the human lands, Zhao Hai was like a living legend. Turning a fallen clan into one of the most powerful families in the continent in just one short year wasn't something that ordinary people could achieve. The Hawk King asking Zhao Hai about his relationship with the Marquis family was just a decoy in order to probe Zhao Hai. In the Beastman Prairie, there were a lot of rumors about Zhao Hai. Majority of them were about how Zhao Hai treated the Beastman with sincerity, something a friend would only do. The Hawk King just wanted to see if the rumors about Zhao Hai were indeed real, and Zhao Hai's reply didn't disappoint him. He looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. Why would Mr. regret it? You're already here in our golden-ringed hawk tribe. To be honest, compared to the Marquis family, I'd much better prefer doing business with Mr. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I thank the Hawk King for your uplifting words. Today, I came to the Hawk King's tribe because I have something to ask for the Hawk King's help with. The Hawk King stared. He was curious, so he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. is the Beastman race's friend. Tell me your request. If I can offer help, then I would help. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he told the Hawk King about his plan of cooperating with the Hawk race. This cooperation involves him providing the Hawk race with space bags, but these space bags are to be used to store milk wine. Every 5 days, the Hawks would go to the various tribes and collect milk wine while carrying some money along the way. The milk wine can be exchanged with grain, gold, or argile. If they wanted grain or gold, then they can exchange it on the spot. On the other hand, if they want argile, they would have to pick them up at Beast God City. After the Hawk King heard Zhao Hai, he immediately knew that this cooperation would bring huge benefits to the Hawk race. His eyes couldn't help but light up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Will Mr. really give our Hawk tribe some space bags? Are we going to need a large number of them? Zhao Hai smiled and said, It's not really a lot. 20 space bags should be enough. The reason why Zhao Hai was so sure of this was because when the space levels up, the capacity of the space bags that it produces would get bigger. Right now, their capacity had already reached about 1,000 cubic meters. Give or take a few cubic meters. When the Hawk King heard Zhao Hai, he was finally convinced. Zhao Hai really did want to give the Hawks some space bags in order to transport milk wine. The Hawk King stood up and then laughed and said, All right, since Mr. is confident enough, then I won't say anything more. Mr. can take a rest in the camp in the meantime. Tomorrow, I shall bring Mr. to the main camp of the Hawk race. Zhao Hai stood up as well and gave a bow to the Hawk King and said, I give my thanks to the Hawk King. The Hawk King laughed and said, Mr. doesn't need to thank me. Instead, it should be me who needs to express gratitude. This cooperation would surely bring big benefits to my Hawk race. Zhao Hai didn't dare accept it. But the Hawk King didn't care. The Hawk King just laughed again and said, Right, since Mr. has come to visit my tribe, how could I not invite Mr. over for a drink? Come, let's drink a cup. When he knew that Zhao Hai was coming, the Hawk King immediately had people prepare, and now that their discussions were finished, it was time for food and drinks. The night went by without any disturbances, and the next morning, the Hawk King sent someone to look for Zhao Hai. After the Hawk King and Zhao Hai had their breakfast, the Hawk King immediately told Zhao Hai that they'd be heading towards the Hawk race's main camp. Zhao Hai would certainly not decline, but the Hawk King also informed Zhao Hai that in order to go to the Hawk race's main camp, riding a hawk would be a much better option. Therefore, Zhao Hai immediately called over his blood hawks. When the golden-ringed Hawk King saw how beautiful Zhao Hai's blood haw was, his eyes couldn't help but express his envy. He had heard that the humans were now starting to develop their air force. Moreover, the magic beast used for the air force was provided by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai, Shun, and Shu rode their blood hawks and followed behind the Hawk King and his 1,000 golden-ringed hawk knights. After they left the golden-ringed hawk's camp, they immediately went straight for the Hawk King Mountain. This Hawk King Mountain was actually a boundary mountain. The south side of this mountain was the Beastman Prairie, while at its north was the northern ice fields. The northern ice fields were also one of the continent's great regions. There was almost nobody who entered deep into the ice fields who managed to return, even if it was the ice hawks, the great tigers, the polar bears, and the other royal tribes. Nobody would dare venture too deep into the ice field, otherwise, they would have no other way out. At the same time, the Hawk King Mountain was also the highest mountain in the prairie. It was most commonly known to the beastmen as the Divine Mountain. It was because the mountain's position allowed it to keep the northern winds away. If the northern ice field winds were to reach the prairie, then the prairie would definitely turn into a huge snowy plain. Zhao Hai and the others flew in the sky for a good 3 days before they saw a faint image of the Hawk King Mountain in the distance. With how high the mountain was, one would even think that it was connected to the sky. The top of the mountain was azure white, very beautiful. These 3 days of flight also showed Zhao Hai the tenacity of the beastmen. The hawks ate their meals while flying and did so for 3 days without even going to sleep. To be honest, flying in the sky wasn't a very fun activity. Perhaps it might feel good in the beginning, but as time goes by, you would begin to be tired of it. Not only because of the cold air, but the buffeting of the wind was something very uncomfortable as well. Zhao Hai thought that the hawks wouldn't be able to fly long distances like from what he heard, but this flight completely broke his misconception. The hawks clearly chose to fly short distances and low altitudes in order to fool the humans. The beastmen race were known to be tough and strong. They can endure even the most rigorous tasks. This time, Zhao Hai was asked to follow the hawks, so he couldn't decline. However, when things go bad, he would just go to the space when nobody's looking for him. So in 3 days, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived at Hawk King Mountain. When he was close to his destination, Zhao Hai came out of the space. The golden-ringed hawks should be looking for him right now. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately placed some wind magic onto his body as well as Shu's and Shun's, making it possible for the harsh winds to evade them. Just after doing that, the Hawk King arrived at Zhao Hai's side. The hawks had special leather equipment, a tight leather jacket as well as special gloves on their hands. This way, they wouldn't be affected by the cold harsh winds. When the Hawk King saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel envious. It was really a pity that the beastmen were unable to use magic. Hawks have the ability to speak in the air, so the Hawk King turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, in a while, a guard of the Ice Hawk King would be coming to meet you. Don't go anywhere else until they arrive." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, the Hawk King can rest assured. I definitely won't make any careless actions." The Hawk King nodded, and then before long, a shadow came from the mountain and slowly flew towards them. It didn't take a long time before the shadow appeared in front of Zhao Hai. The mounts that these people were riding on were bluish hawks. They were much slimmer than the blood hawks, but they appeared much more alive. The beastmen that were riding on them looked just like the golden-ringed hawks, but their head feathers were blue in color. These blue hawks surrounded the golden-ringed hawks and escorted them into the Hawk King Mountain. They didn't go to the mountain summit, It was too high and too cold. Their destination was instead somewhere along the middle of the Hawk King Mountain. The mountain's halfway point had big trees growing in them. The trees were so tall it seemed like they were piercing the skies, like swords stabbed on the ground. Most importantly, these trees were very thick, with most of them having a diameter of over 20 meters. Some houses can be seen on these trees. The houses were constructed in a hole carved into the tree. Zhao Hai can even see a couple of ice hawks moving in and out of these houses. After flying over the trees, Zhao Hai can see a large canyon. The canyon was very wide and it seems like its ground was covered in grass. On the walls of the canyon, caves were carved out. The people who lived here were ice hawks as well. However, this canyon wasn't Zhao Hai's destination. After flying over the canyon, Zhao Hai can spot a very enormous cavern halfway up the mountain. Its entrance was similarly large, about 100 meters tall and 60 meters wide. The hawks then flew towards this cavern along with Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai discovered that although there were hawks flying in and out of the entrance, their flight was also very orderly. The left side of the entrance was for entering while the right side was for leaving. This arrangement made the entrance quite organized. As the group entered the cavern, Zhao Hai came to understand how large this hole in the mountain was, and even if it was 10 degrees inside, there weren't any winds at all. Inside the cavern were smaller caves where the Ice Hawk King's family lived in. In the middle of the cavern, there was a square, and in the middle of the square there was actually a very big pool. The group slowly descended to that square along with Zhao Hai's group. When Zhao Hai came down from his blood hawk, he pretended to move his hands and feet as he carefully looked around the cavern. The hole in the cavern was very much like the underground city that the dwarves had built under Iron Mountain, but compared to Iron Mountain, this cavern was much bigger. Moreover, there weren't any stairs that can be seen. Anyone who wanted to move anywhere needed to ride a hawk. It was a very unusual sight. After Zhao Hai got down, the golden-ringed Hawk King welcomed him to the place as he smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai had to endure the hardship. This matter is really too important for our race. I ask Mr. for his forgiveness." Chapter 558. Price. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hawk King is too polite. In fact, I want to thank you. I really am quite anxious about this matter." Haha. The Hawk King smiled and said, "This is the Ice Hawk King's place. This is where he lives and does his work. I don't know if Mr. Zhao Hai has noticed, but the royal tribes of the beastmen warring races are all situated in the vicinity of the northern ice fields. Legend has told us that the northern ice fields contain formidable magic beasts that can cause a calamity to the prairie. This was the reason why the royal tribes decided to move here. It was in order to protect the entire beastman race." Zhao Hai nodded. He had developed a habit to not disregard the legends of the Ark continent. It was because these legends have high probabilities of being true, quite unlike the legends back on Earth. At this time, an ice hawk arrived in front of them. The ice hawk issued a salute and then said, "Golden-ringed Hawk King, Mr. Zhao Hai, the Hawk King invites you in." Zhao Hai and the Golden-ringed Hawk King immediately complied. They rode their mounts and then followed behind the ice hawk. The space inside was truly high. Even if they had already flown 500 meters, they were still heading up. In the uppermost lever, Zhao Hai and the others stopped in front of the Soul Cave entrance present. The cave's entrance was about 10 meters high, and had a platform protruding out from it. The platform was about 30 square meters. Zhao Hai and the others landed their mounts on this platform. This time, only 3 people had come here. When the 3 of them came down from their mounts, the hawk mounts immediately left. Then the ice hawk escorted Zhao Hai and the golden-ringed Hawk King inside the cave. After entering the cave, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare at the scene. Inside the cave were a lot of ignited braziers, completely illuminating the entire cave. In this cave, an ice hawk can be seen sitting on the innermost part, reading a sheepskin scroll among the numerous scrolls around him. However, this ice hawk didn't actually process these documents. He was just simply looking through them. This ice hawk didn't have much of a difference compared to the others of his race. He even looked thinner than a common ice hawk. He had a golden crown on his head, sitting there as he turned his pair of cold hawk eyes towards Zhao Hai and the others. His mere gaze made Zhao Hai feel like the surrounding air just dropped a couple of degrees. Zhao Hai didn't know, but this was actually an innate ability of the Ice Hawk tribe. Once this ability was in full use, it would send forth a beam that can freeze anything in its way. Its intensity was just like an attack from a fifth-rank mage, and it was quite difficult to deal with. The Golden-Ringed Hawk King immediately issued a salute and said, "Golden-Ringed Hawk King has seen the Ice Hawk King. This is Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. wants to cooperate with our hawk race regarding his milk wine business. Therefore, I led him here to see you." The Ice Hawk King nodded and said, "Right. I have heard about Mr. Zhao Hai, but this is my first time meeting Mr. Please have a seat." Although his gaze was very cold, his expression was actually quite temperate. Zhao Hai immediately responded courteously, "I thank the Hawk King." Then he sat on a chair after the Golden-Ringed Hawk King. After sitting down, the Ice Hawk King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The Beast King has sent word out about Mr.'s milk wine business. Before everything, this king here wants Mr. to accept my gratitude in behalf of the entire Beastman race." Zhao Hai replied, "I don't dare. This business also makes me money. Haha. This time, I wanted to see the Hawk King because I need help from the Hawk race." The Hawk King looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "Mr. can say it freely, as long as we can be of help. Then I wouldn't decline immediately. For the sake of the Beastman race, I shall provide Mr. with a helping hand." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll thank the Hawk King in advance." Then he told the Ice Hawk King about the details of his intended cooperation with the Hawk race. The Ice Hawk King silently listened to Zhao Hai's words. After Zhao Hai spoke, the Hawk King nodded and then smiled towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this is basically giving money to my hawk race, so how can we just push this opportunity away? Rest assured, with how broad our tribes are placed in the prairie, information about Mr.'s milk wine business would be delivered much more quickly. Mr. cooperating with us is indeed something good." "I agree. Tomorrow I'll write a letter informing all of the hawk tribes. Mr. can rest assured." Zhao Hai didn't expect the discussion would go this smoothly. He stared for a moment before he hastily stood up and bowed to the Hawk King and said, "This Zhao Hai thanks the Hawk King, but does the Hawk King also want to help me collect the milk wine?" Zhao Hai knew how arrogant royals were, so he was afraid that it would be impossible for them to help him collect milk wine. If the Hawk King was not willing to cooperate, then the milk wine business would have problems. The Hawk King looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Of course, Mr. doesn't even need to ask." Zhao Hai became happy. Then he immediately said, "That's great. I'll have to ask the hawk race to receive the milk wine in a radius of 3,000 li in a single space bag. For the price, 1 jin of milk wine would be traded with 5 jin of grain." "What does the Hawk King think about this price?" The Hawk King thought for a moment and then nodded. "This price is quite high." Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "The Hawk King can receive the milk wine from the other races with the previously stated price, and once the Hawk race delivers the milk wine to Beast God City, I would exchange them for 5 and a fifth of a jin of grain for each jin of milk wine. These extra fifth of a jin can be said to be the transportation costs for the hawk race. What does the Hawk King think about this? 1. The Hawk King stared before his two eyes lit up. He knew that this 22 liang cannot be underestimated. Once added up, this amount was very big. Keep in mind, those small beastmen tribe can also produce a lot of milk wine annually. A single beastman household would be able to provide 100 jin of milk wine monthly, and when those 100 jin of milk wine were traded for 500 jin of grain, the Hawk clan would get a commission of 20 jins. Now how many beastmen household are there? And in the end, how much grain can the Hawk clan gain? With this arrangement, the Hawk clan wouldn't even need to buy food for themselves in the future. After thinking about it, the Hawk King still didn't immediately agree. He knit his brows and said, "Mister, in truth, this price is too high. It might be disadvantageous to Mister. If Mister owes us, then it wouldn't be good for the entire beastman race. From what I can see, Mister can set the price at 1 jin of milk wine per 3 jins of grain, and then our Hawk clan would get about a tenth or so jin of grain as commission." Zhao Hai was shocked. He didn't see someone like this before, lowering his benefits in order to decrease pressure. However, once he thought about the Hawk King's words, Zhao Hai understood what he meant. The Hawk King was afraid of Zhao Hai owing the beastman and making him stop his milk wine business, causing the beastman to lose out on the long run. Also, the price that the Hawk King quoted was somewhat of a fair price for the beastman. Zhao Hai knit his brows and then said, "Lower the price? How much jin of milk wine can the beastman race produce every month?" The Hawk King smiled faintly and said, "Mister doesn't need to worry. The average beastman household would be able to produce not less than 50 jin of milk wine every month. This is already quite a large number." Zhao Hai nodded. He already expected these numbers. He had lived with the beastmen before, so he knew that they cannot go without milk wine. But even if they produce more than 50 jin each month, they would also need to leave something behind for them to drink. They would only sell their excess off. If a household can sell 20 jin of milk wine each month, it would produce about 1 or 2 jins of milk wine after distillation. This is already acceptable. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. Then we'll go with the Hawk King's suggestion. I'll have to trouble the Hawk King to spread the word tomorrow." The Hawk King smiled and said, "It's not too much trouble. This is something good for the beastmen. But mister, I'll have to inform you that it would be impossible for the households to sell 50 jins of milk wine. Even if we beastmen can stand not being able to eat, we cannot survive if we don't drink, so the only wine we would sell to Mister would be the excess. I hope Mister has prepared his mind for this." Along with the news, I'll also have the Hawks do some statistics in each tribe, getting data on how much milk wine each one can produce so that Mister can have a figure in mind. Is Mister all right with this? Zhao Hai smiled and gave the Hawk King a bow and said, "Zhao Hai thanks the Hawk King. This matter is truly very important for me." The Hawk King chuckled. Then he helped Zhao Hai up and said, "Mister doesn't need to be so polite. We're now in a partnership, so we would do our best to help Mister. The higher income Mister gets, the higher cut we receive." Zhao Hai smiled at the Hawk King's words. After a day of rest, the Beast King spread word to the Hawk tribes in the prairie. At the same time, he also divided the prairie into 20 different regions. A Hawk tribe would be responsible for receiving the milk wine in each region. Upon completing all of these, Zhao Hai returned to Beast God City and waited for the news from the Hawk race. It shouldn't take too long for the Hawks to tell him how much milk wine the Beastman Prairie would produce each month, and 5 days after Zhao Hai arrived at Beast God City, the Hawk King sent him the numbers. For the entire beastman race, they would be able to sell about 10 million jin. This number was much smaller than what Zhao Hai expected, but in the end, he understood. The beastmen also had a lot of uses for their milk, aside from making milk wine. At the same time, they would also leave behind some milk wine for themselves, which explains the small amount they could sell each month. Although the beastmen lacked grain, because of their living environment, they became able to consume milk products while eating their food. After all, they cannot just use up all of their grain before the winter, or else, they wouldn't be able to survive until spring. But because of this, the beastmen were very grateful towards Zhao Hai. They weren't looking at milk wine as a main source of income. They just used the liquor as some sort of pocket money. It was like those people in the rural areas back on Earth. If they have excess eggs from their chickens, then they would sell it off as extra change. If they don't have a lot, then they would keep it for themselves to consume. Even if it was pocket change, it still helped them out a lot. Plenty of beastmen decided to not trade their milk wine with grain, but in daily necessities instead. After knowing about this situation, Zhao Hai didn't care. He wasn't afraid of spending 30 million jin of grain, and he was also not worried about not selling the 1 million jin of milk wine to the human lands. After taking care about the initial steps, Zhao Hai handed the matter over to Atai. Atai was just responsible for collecting the milk wine as well as giving out the payments. He didn't have to do anything else. It was this simple. When he saw that things had already been taken care of, Zhao Hai returned to Iron Mountain Fort. The winery in the fort was already finished. The winery was divided into 4 districts. One was for fruit wine, one was for rice wine, one was for beer, and the last one was for milk wine. The machines for these districts were already installed as well. Some of them might be modern equipment, but the workers were already adept in using it. Now, the beastmen appeared to be understaffed. The earliest of Zhao Hai's slaves were already sent out to manage the villages. Therefore, the ones left to man the brewery were only the beastmen. Because of this, Zhao Hai asked the original slaves to help with the situation, and since the new slaves were already settled down and were working on their own fields, there happened to be some surplus manpower in the villages. Therefore, Zhao Hai had those people go to the winery and help. This would also aid the slave families earn a bit more income. After this was taken care of, Zhao Hai also asked Green to start making the school for the children in the Black Wasteland. There were plenty of idle children right now, so Zhao Hai wanted all of them to be educated at school. Naturally, this was in the premise that they would be diligent in their studies. When the matters in the Black Wasteland were done, Zhao Hai then returned to the Rosen Empire. He still needed to approach Randolph, Charlie, Jesse, and the Shelley family. He wanted them to prepare for the milk wine business. The milk wine that Zhao Hai wanted to sell this time was the distilled milk wine of the Beastman. Although it wasn't as good as his milk wine, its flavor was still very tasty. Moreover, it also developed some kind of acidic taste to it. This acidic milk wine and Zhao Hai's milk wine was different. One could definitely tell just from one sip, but it still gave a very unusual flavor, so Zhao Hai continued on to make this wine. He also had Randolph and the others taste this new type of wine, and they agreed to sell it. Zhao Hai's new wines weren't priced very high. General commoners would be able to afford it. Therefore, their attraction towards Randolph and the others was quite big. The grain in the continent was just sufficient for them to eat. Moreover, they also needed to supply the beastmen. Therefore, nobody was thinking about making wine out of grain. What people usually drank was fruit wine, but not all fruits can be made into liquor. This made wines quite rare in the human lands, especially to the cash-strapped commoners. If Zhao Hai's cheap wine gets sold to these commoners, How much daily sales could Randolph and the others get? It would surely be an astronomical number. 1 Jin is 16 Liang. Chapter 559, Business Nuances. Some small merchants in the mainland always think that only expensive things can make the most money, but they didn't know that, in fact, the most profitable things weren't those expensive products. It was sometimes those things that people use in their livelihood. Those things were where true money can be found. Although Zhao Hai's liquor made from Beastman milk wine tasted average, it wins in being cheap, and since its degree was very high, ordinary civilians would be afraid of it being consumed quickly when they take it back home, and since it was priced low, it would certainly be popular among the commoners. Randolph and the others had their own business outlets, and these outlets mostly deal with people's day-to-day lives. If the liquors were launched, then their business would surely get better. The most profitable businesses always involved unique products. Although the milk wine wasn't unique, it's definitely so to the commoners. Average civilians would also pick their own fruits and make it into wine, but the wine that they make had very low degrees and weren't tasty at all, and most importantly, the commoners didn't have the time to improve upon this craft. Commoners were generally busying themselves in order to survive. If they go out of town and get some fruit, it would take them at least a day to do so. They would rather use this one day to make money, and if they were to get some fruits, they can just sell them immediately. Therefore, for the civilians, making fruit wine just wasn't worth it. Randolph and the others were much more experienced than Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai wanted to cooperate with the Beastman about their milk wine, they had him temporarily stall it. After all, they still needed to do market research and determine whether the milk wine would sell well on the human markets, and after undergoing strict calculations, they decided that milk wine did have a place in the market. Therefore, they immediately agreed to Zhao Hai's proposal. At this time, the first batch of milk wine was being received in the prairie. The milk wine were then sent to Iron Mountain Fort for processing. At the same time, the hawk race also brought forth news that for the milk wine, the beastmen opted to not choose grain since they didn't lack any of it. Instead, they wanted to be compensated with living necessities. Zhao Hai understood their decision, and he had already expected this outcome. Although he can't make living necessities, Randolph and the others can. Zhao Hai would sell the milk wine to Randolph and the others while having some of the payment exchanged for cheap living necessities. Then, he would trade those daily necessities to the beastman for cheap milk wine. Zhao Hai didn't do anything else other than be the middleman, but even so, he had gained huge profits in doing so. With the advent of Zhao Hai's milk wine business, the human continent immediately went into a stir. A cheap but still tasty liquor was something inconceivable. Although the commoners thought that the milk wine tasted weird, they still found it quite fragrant. Not only did it have the taste of wine, it also had a hint of milk in it. Even if people cannot drink much of it in the beginning, they began to get used to it afterwards. At first, Zhao Hai placed 100,000 jin of this milk wine into the market, but it didn't even take a single day for all of these to be sold out. The market's reception of the product was very good. This fact made the confidence of Randolph and the others increase, and at the same time, when Zhao Hai used daily necessities to trade with the milk wine, the entire prairie immediately seethed in excitement. These things might not be precious, but for the beastmen, their pocket change can finally be traded for something of value. Brewing milk wine was too simple for the beastmen. Almost each household would even do it, but since these milk wine cannot be stored for a long time, a lot of them were thrown out every year. But now, the beastmen didn't need to worry about this anymore. As long as they sell these milk wine to Zhao Hai, their problem of excess would be solved. Not only would they stop wasting things, they could also trade for something that was very useful. After this success, Zhao Hai's milk wine production line, logistics network, as well as sales had finally been established and was operated very well. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who was happy. Randolph and the others were elated as well. After their shops sold the milk wine, it became evident that the performance of their shops had become much better than their competitors. For them, this was absolutely good news. Zhao Hai's clan was very happy as well. The biggest earners in this milk wine business was them, not only because they were the processors, but also because of having the advantage of price differences. Although the beastman and the human had signed the fair price agreement, the price disparity between them was still very large. Zhao Hai would buy the daily necessities in factory prices and exchange them for cheap milk wine with the beastman. But since these daily necessities were bought at a higher price in the prairie, the amount of money that Zhao Hai can gain along the way was very big. Except for the losses during the distillation process, Zhao Hai was gaining profits everywhere else. At the same time, Zhao Hai also didn't need to worry about transportation. Although he had the hawks working with him, the hawks were just treating it as a sideline job. After the initial success, Zhao Hai went to the Herculean bull tribe and met with whales. After all, when this matter gets done, he would be leaving for a faraway place. When Zhao Hai came back from the prairie, he didn't immediately go to the Rosen Empire. Instead he went to the Persal Duchy to see how Ruian was doing, and she was doing very good. The shop that she opened in the duchy was now expanding outwards. At the same time, Ruian didn't look at Zhao Hai in discomfort anymore, and was now smiling in front of him. It seems like she had found her own calling. When Zhao Hai saw Ruian's state, he also felt relief. Ruian already knew about the things discussed at Iron Mountain Fort, and since she now has an inseparable relationship with him, Zhao Hai slowly accepted Ruian into his heart. Zhao Hai wasn't a person from the Ark continent. People in the Ark continent with statuses like Zhao Hai's still held a woman's chastity very seriously. But for an earthling like Zhao Hai, he knew that the chances of finding a chaste woman at his age back on Earth was akin to the chance of winning the lottery. Because of this, Zhao Hai really didn't care about a woman's past. Therefore, he wasn't very concerned about Ruian's previous life. After all, past is past. Everybody needs to move on. Zhao Hai stayed with Ruian for a day in the Persal Duchy and learned about the business matters there. He also ate a meal with Ruian, cultivating their relationship, and then he told her that he was going to a faraway place. After that, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Laura and the others didn't mind Zhao Hai's actions. Zhao Hai being with Ruian was very different from Zhao Hai being with them. Laura and the others felt this difference, therefore they weren't jealous. After Zhao Hai returned to the space, he took an evening rest before he returned to Iron Mountain Fort. The situation at the fort was very good. The slave villages were stable, and the slaves were enthusiastic about work. In order to make the slaves working at the wineries more comfortable, Zhao Hai set them up with an undead carriage for them to use to commute to work. For the slaves living in the villages, their current lives in the Black Wasteland was like a paradise compared to the places that they used to live in the past. Everything in Iron Mountain Fort was working properly. The new machines for the wineries have been figured out, and the slaves weren't stupid. It didn't take a long time for them to get started. The machines that Zhao Hai took out this time should be very simple to operate. It was because the machines were relatively advanced. The more advanced a machine was, the easier it would be to operate. Most of the machines in the wineries only needed someone to turn them on, Everything else would be processed accordingly. What small physical work that the slaves did wasn't tiresome as well. It wasn't a difficult task for them to take barrels from one place to another. Zhao Hai also knew that the slaves were relatively uneducated. If you were to make them carry out complicated work, they would certainly be incompetent in it. Now that the milk wine business has been stabilized, Zhao Hai had build a tent specifically for the storage of the space bags. That way, Kair could regularly take those space bags and send them to Iron Mountain Fort, and then have the processed milk wines transported to each supply points. Naturally, the entirety of this process, the shipping and receiving, wasn't solely done by Kair. Kair would release blood hawks outside Beast God City and had them go to Ottai and take the space bags. Then the hawks would re-enter the space when they were out of sight. Iron Mountain Fort doesn't need to be that troublesome. The bags can just be left inside a specific storehouse. But from Iron Mountain Fort towards the supply points, the Bloodhawks were needed again. All of these were deliberately done in order to mask the space's existence as much as possible. This kind of method wasn't something that people can easily predict. At most, people would find out that Zhao Hai had several space equipment in his hands. With Zhao Hai's strength, there were only a few people who would dare snatch his bags right now. After all, Zhao Hai had already turned his clan into something that rivaled the influence of a millennium-old family. At his current state, nobody wanted to annoy him. The reason great nobles were great was their businesses. Thus it was an unspoken rule that nobody would use overly shady things in order to affect a family's business. If one wanted to do shady things, then the affected family would no doubt do their best to eliminate the person. This was the aggressiveness of great clans, and this was the aggressiveness of the Buddha clan as well. After completing his tasks at Iron Mountain Fort, Zhao Hai returned to Golden Island. The island was now developing very well as more pirates traded here. However, don't think that the existence of Golden Island made the seas more peaceful. Instead, the island actually made the surrounding waters quite chaotic. It was publicly known that Golden Island was somewhere that people can dump their items in, whether they be fairly acquired or not. And for the pirates, this was good news. Because of this, pirates had become much more rampant in the seas near Golden Island. However, these pirates didn't dare cause any troubles inside the waters of the island. First, it was because the Buddha clan had already showed them what they could do, and second, it was because they didn't want to destroy their relationship with the only place that they can do business safely. Although some of these pirates had great clans at their back, but as they stay on sea for a long time, they would need money to sustain and entertain themselves. In the past, they didn't have any opportunity to achieve this, but now that Golden Island appeared, it was natural that these pirates would want to behave in the island's territory as much as possible. Chapter 560. Meeting Pirates. Zhao Hai was currently sitting inside his ship, the Haven. The sea breeze and the sight of birds on the horizon made him feel very good. Although the environment of the space was much better compared to outside, Zhao Hai still felt that the outside world had a type of realistic feeling in it. Laura and the others were also standing by Zhao Hai's side. They were currently leaving Golden Island and was heading towards the Buddha Empire. Although the Lion Empire was much closer to Rosen Empire than the Buddha Empire, Zhao Hai still wanted to go to the Buddha Empire. Going to the Dwarf Mountains was much more important than visiting the Lion Empire. Actually, because of the enormity of the Dwarf Mountains, it wasn't entirely located in the Buddha Empire. A small part of it was also in the Lion Empire. However, the dwarves had a much better relationship with the Buddha Empire, and with the strength of the dwarves managing to rival the beastmen, The Lion Empire wouldn't dare to attack them even if their empire was the second strongest nation in the continent. But although the Lion Empire wasn't quite close with the dwarves, they still had something that they can count on. The Acre Mountain. The Acre Mountain was famous in the continent. The main reason of the mountain's fame was because it was one of the 5 forbidden areas of the continent. The 5 forbidden lands in the continent were namely the Carrion Swamp, Acre Mountain, North Polar Icefield, Inferno Island, and the Demonic Abyss. These 5 places had their own special characteristics. For example, the Carrion Swamp was well known for its poisonous mist as well as its undead creatures. It was a place that nobody can leave once they enter. The characteristic of the North Polar ice field was its freezing cold atmosphere. When one goes then, their metal weapons would be frozen until it gets brittle like glass. Even the strong beastmen only dared to explore its vicinity. Inferno Island is the exact opposite of the North Polar ice field. It was a world of fire. Fire spirits and beasts of fire attributes prevailed there. Only a few would want to think about going to that island. The Demonic Abyss was the most mysterious place in the continent. Legend says that it was the gateway to the demon realm. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't believe it, but after seeing Kair's strength, he was finally convinced that Kair came from the demon realm. But Acre Mountain was very different from the other 4. It was actually the most favorite place of adventurers. It was because the mountain is a kingdom of magic beasts. There were a large number of magic beasts living inside the mountain and people can catch some of them in order to make money. However, they cannot go deep. Acre Mountain was, after all, still one of the forbidden lands. Once one goes very deep, they wouldn't be able to come out. This rule didn't exempt 9th rank experts. Acre Mountain was the natural border between the Rosen Empire and the Lion Empire, but the majority of the mountain was inside the Lion Empire. Only a small part belonged to the Rosen Empire. Because of this, the Lion Empire held the most elite magic beast cavalry. This cavalry was all made up of magic beasts obtained in Acre Mountain. Although they had been trained by the humans, they still had the wildness in them, making their attacks very strong. This made the Empire's cavalry quite fearsome in the continent. But Zhao Hai didn't want to go to the Magic Beast Kingdom right now. Although there were a lot of magic beasts there, it was just too dangerous. And even if he wasn't afraid of danger, business was much more important to him right now. He wants the Buddha clan to be stronger as soon as possible, so he didn't want to upgrade the space yet. But with that said, although one can easily catch magic beasts in Acre Mountain, the high-level ones were still quite rare. So in the end, Zhao Hao chose to go to Dwarf Mountain first, and if he went to the Dwarf Mountain, there would be a chance for him to visit the Elven Forest. Although it feels like going to the Magic Beast Kingdom was a much better idea, but don't forget that Zhao Hai would meet 2 intelligent races instead of none. If he wanted to expand the Buddha clan's business, this was definitely a good idea. After Zhao Hai thought about these matters for quite some time, Laura suddenly said, "Brother Hai, do you expect our visit to the dwarves to be smooth?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It should be smooth. After all, the dwarves and the humans had more contact compared to the beastmen. Moreover, conflicts rarely happen between the two, so there shouldn't be any big problems." Laura nodded and said, "The dwarves are famous metalworkers in the continent. If we can get some of their products and trade it with the beastmen, we would certainly be able to get some good things. The beastmen crave iron the most." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I also heard that the temper of the dwarves are much worse than the beastmen, and they also love to drink. I think our wine would be able to impress them." Laura nodded and said, "I hope so. I also think that we would have problems this time. At our current strength, there would be nobody who would pose a danger to us. Even the pirates wouldn't offend us. Zhao Hai smiled and said, pirates wouldn't even think about robbing us when they see a Buddha clan ship, and with the addition of the Marquis family, even the Wuxia Empire wouldn't be able to move against us. And as for the Radiant Church, they are now too busy protecting themselves, so they wouldn't have any time to think about us. I think that besides the mysterious and grave dark, nobody can deal with us. Megan smiled and said, that would be best. I just want to play well. To be honest, the space is good, but after a long time, it becomes stale. It's good to relax outside from time to time, Laura said, but there isn't a lot to look at in the sea. It wouldn't be a long time before you get bored of it. The scenery just remains unchanged. Zhao Hai smiled, but you can see other people here, other ships. In the space, there are no other people besides us, and also maybe some flocks of animals. After he said that, the sounds of magic cannons being fired was suddenly heard. Zhao Hai and the others gawked. They knew that there was fight nearby. Zhao Hai immediately opened the monitor to see what was going on. What he saw was a pirate ship and another ship. Naturally a robbery was going on, but it was not Zhao Hai's ship that was being robbed, but a five-masted ship instead. Zhao Hai looked at the ship's flag and wasn't able to recognize it, so he turned his head to Laura and said, do you know who that flag belongs to? Laura stared at it for a moment before she nodded and said, I do. It belongs to the Buddha Empire's Hurricane family. That family's status in the Buddha Empire is very high. In the past, they were also being suppressed by the Radiant Church because they weren't firm believers in the religion. The family had a peculiar characteristic. It doesn't matter if they were man or woman. As long as one had any blood relation to the family, they would have a huge probability to have the affinity to the wind element. No matter it be battle chi or magic, their attributes would be wind. They are very famous in the continent because of this affinity, and because of this characteristic, they only worship the wind god. In the Buddha Empire, they are also classified to be a millennium-old family, quite similar to the status of Megan's family. But why did the pirates dare attack them? Zhao Hai looked at the ships and smiled faintly. I have to say, these pirates are indeed rich. Who would have thought that five-masted ships would be part of a pirate fleet? This is really the first time that I've seen such a thing. If all the pirates had these kinds of ships, then I'm afraid that our Buddha clan's restriction would be put to trash. Laura and the others also noticed what Zhao Hai was referring to. The ships of the pirates that were attacking the Hurricane family turned out to be advanced ships of the continent. Not to mention pirates, but even great nobles cannot just casually have those kinds of ships. Lizzie's eyes turned sharp. Is someone trying to kill them? Big sister. Who are the enemies of the Hurricane family? The big sister that Lizzie meant was Laura. Although Meg was the one who spent the longest time with Zhao Hai, it was Laura who had helped him the most. And adding on to the fact that Laura was the oldest one of them, it was acceptable for the women to call her big sister. Laura shook her head and said, although the Hurricane family has formidable strength, their temper is very good, and they don't like to offend people. Most importantly, they really don't strive for power and money. In addition to them being very loyal to their faith, the family members are very good-hearted people. So how could these possibly offend someone? Besides the Radiant Church, the Hurricane family is friends with everyone. When the Radiant Church suppressed them, a lot of people went out of their way just to provide help. I can dare to say that the most friendly people in the continent would be their family. While Zhao Hai was listening to Laura, he had felt confused. Laura, how did you get this information? Why was it so detailed? Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, You don't know? Our Marquis family has collected information regarding the various families in the continent. The history and emblems of the families were written in great detail. At the same time, we also have the Robert family's archives that had more or less the same content. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I really didn't know which family was who, their emblems and so on. Remembering these things gives me headache. It's nice that you remembered them, right? Do we have a good relationship with the Hurricane family? Laura shook her head and said, most likely not. The Hurricane family rarely does business. They basically get what they need from their territory. Because of this, business with them was very rare. So we don't have much contact with them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, then this is the right time. Let's go draw them in to be our friends, right? Laura, can you recognize where the ships came from? Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't referring to the Hurricane family's ships, but instead to the pirate ships. Although the ships in the continent looked very much the same, a fairly discerning person would be able to see some slight differences on these ships. Each country had their own flair when it came to their shipbuilding that experienced people could distinguish. Laura carefully looked at the several pirate ships, and after some time she opened her mouth and said, from the shape of the ship, it's probably from the Buddha Empire, but its color very much belongs to the Ocean Waves dynasty. I really cannot be sure. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed. Ocean Waves dynasty? Them again? Chapter 561. Kristen, Laura asked, Brother Hai, when did the Ocean Waves dynasty offend us? How come I can't remember? Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, did you forget? When we chased Grand Duke Lionheart, wasn't the ship that was supposed to save him came from the Ocean Waves dynasty? The ship may have been snatched by the church or maybe borrowed, but still, the matter wasn't that simple. When Lizzie heard Zhao Hai, her face sank down as she said, so it's the Radiant Church. Is there a collusion between the church and Ocean Waves dynasty? Zhao Hai sneered and said, that is not impossible. The Radiant Church had just suffered a huge loss and had to let go of their grasp of the Ixu Empire, and naturally, they wouldn't show all of the cards that they had. I think that the Ocean Waves Empire have already been colluding with them from the start. If the Radiant Church's plan in the Ixu Empire succeeded, then the church would be controlling the northernmost and southernmost nations in the human domain. If they gain enough strength, they would launch a war against all of the nations in the middle, attacking them from two fronts. With that method, it would be possible for them to unite the entire human territory. Lizzie and the others couldn't help but stare in confusion. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, how could they have such a huge courage, and how could that be possible? Not to say the Rosen Empire, but the Buddha Empire and the Lion Empire aren't very easy to deal with either. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sneer. Not easy to deal with. Remember, where was the first place that I had an initial clash with Lionheart? It was in the boundary between the Rosen Empire and Ixu Empire. The garrison guarding the fort there are all people of Grand Duke Lionheart. If all of their plans went by smoothly, when the Ixu Empire launches its attack, those defenders would not only refrain from fighting, they might even surrender at the very first sight of the enemy. This would make the Rosen Empire's strongest barrier vanish. I think that the Radiant Church also had the same arrangement in Lion Empire and the Buddha Empire. The ambition of those people are too big. Laura and the others thought about it and couldn't help but get what Zhao Hai was saying. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then the ambition of the Radiant Church was truly too great. Laura looked at Zhao Hai, puzzled, and then asked, Brother Hai, how did you think of these? Zhao Hai chuckled and said, I just thought about this since I've always felt that the Radiant Church aren't careless people. but their recent approach in Wuxia Empire was simply too simple and crude. But now that I had seen these ships, everything connected in my mind. Laura then turned his gaze towards the monitor and said, "Then why are they dealing with the Hurricane family? Isn't this act too unreasonable?" Zhao Hai laughed out loud. "Why? The Radiant Church is now being suppressed by everyone, but if they already have some relationship with the Ocean Waves dynasty, then they can utilize that nation's strength. Moreover, they are now working in the dark, making it much more difficult to deal with them, and it seems like they had changed their approach. Instead of enticing nobles into their religion, they were now going after the nobles that were in opposition to their belief. Nobles who they have enmity with. Now think about this. Compared to the Buddha clan and the Kelsey family, isn't the Hurricane family much easier to eliminate?" Laura and the others nodded to Zhao Hai's words. They think that what Zhao Hai said was right. Although the Hurricane family was also a millennium-old clan, their reputation wasn't very widespread because of the temperament. If one based it on influence, they can't compare to the Buddha clan and the Kelsey family. Moreover, the Kelsey family and the Buddha clans fighting with the Radiant Church was already quite known to the continent. If the Radiant Church deals with either the Buddha clan or the Kelsey family at this time, then the people of the continent would surely know that it was the church who had done it. But if they deal with the Hurricane family, nobody would be certain that it was them. The fight between the Radiant Church and the Hurricane family was very muted to the other people in the continent. Therefore, if the Radiant Church were to move against the Hurricane family, it wouldn't bring too much attention to the continent. And since the church would make sure that nobody survives, nobody would know that it was done by them. These must be the thoughts of the people in the church. Naturally, all of these were just Zhao Hai's guesses. They still needed to be confirmed. Therefore, Zhao Hai had the Haven approach the battlefield as soon as possible. They must save the people of the Hurricane family. At the same time, they would deal with the attackers from the Ocean Waves dynasty and turn them into undead, hearing the truth from their very mouths. The Haven has now been very well modified. Its speed has become quicker while its defensive strength had increased. After all, this was Zhao Hai's flagship, and he was the Buddha clan's patriarch. His status was much more different from before, so if he uses any ordinary battleship, he would become a laughing stock among the people. In a few short minutes, Zhao Hai was finally close to the battle. There were a total of 7 ships present, 6 5-master battleships and 1 ironclad freighter. For 6 battleships to attack a single freighter, it seems like they aren't giving the freighter any chance to survive. The 6 battleships were surrounding the freighter and was blasting it continuously with magic cannons. There seems to be mages on the ships, and from time to time, they would send some spells towards the other ship. The colorful magical attacks made the scene look like a huge fireworks event. Very beautiful. However, this beauty represented death. The 7 ships weren't close to each other. It seems like the 6 assailants weren't willing to confront the freighter in close combat. They wanted to use magic to completely destroy the ship. This tactic was also the best way to eliminate a target at sea. Zhao Hai didn't think about it too much as he made the Haven go straight to the battleships. When the 6 battlefields became aware of Zhao Hai's presence, 2 of them detached from the group and approached him. The 3 ships were quickly getting close with each other, and when they were near, a voice was suddenly heard. "The ship over there. Listen, we are the Hurricane family's pirate group. If you don't go the other way, then we would be forced to be impolite." Upon hearing this statement, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Funny. This is too funny. It's the first time I've heard such a joke. For a Hurricane family pirate group to attack a Hurricane family freighter? Ha 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 ha. This must be the most hilarious thing that has happened in the continent. Listen, Know your limitations and get the hell out of this place. Otherwise, I would be the one who will be impolite." The other party wasn't expecting Zhao Hai to be aware of the Hurricane family's identity. They were now in a disadvantage. Keeping up this facade had now become much more difficult. While the two people exchanged words, their ships were still getting closer with each other, and as Zhao Hai's ship was about to be attacked by the other ship's cannons, Zhao Hai immediately released a lot of undead on board those ships. The people on the battleships didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to release undead at such a distance, and they were completely caught unprepared. Additionally, Zhao Hai's undead were very strong. Because of this, what happened in the battleships after can only be described as a massacre. Before the people on the two ships were able to react, they were already slain by the undead. The people on the other 4 battleships weren't aware of this. In their minds, although the 3 ships were not far from each other, close combat would still be impossible. At this distance, the only suitable way for engagement would be long-distance attacks. After eliminating the people from the 2 ships, Zhao Hai immediately turned them into undead. After that, they immediately had the 2 ships open fire towards the haven. Naturally, this attack was under the control of Zhao Hai. He wanted to have the others think that they were still fighting. This would deceive the other 4 battleships into thinking that the 2 ships were still on their side, naively allowing Zhao Hai's new fleet to enter their encirclement. As the 3 ships slowly approached the battlefield, the other 4 battleships didn't feel anything wrong, and after Zhao Hai entered their circle, he immediately released massive amounts of undead on board the other 4 battleships. The fate of the 4 ships couldn't compare to the first 2 ships. They didn't even expect Zhao Hai's attacks. A lot of them wasn't even aware that they were already dead. Immediately, the 4 ships stopped firing. This made the people on the Hurricane family freighter feel somewhat strange, and while they were confused, they suddenly heard a voice from the ship that just arrived. "Friends from the Hurricane family, hello. No need to fear. I've already taken care of the enemy. May I come on board?" The people of the Hurricane family stared. Although they didn't know the other party, they were still confident about their combat effectiveness. Therefore, their leader said, "I don't know who friend is, but we shall welcome you to our ship." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then had the haven slowly approach. Then he had a springboard extended to reach the Hurricane family's ship. After that, Zhao Hai led Laura and the others to board the ship. The Hurricane family's ship was very damaged. There were also a lot of injured crew on board, waiting to be treated. Zhao Hai smiled and then waved his hand as a bunch of light magic flew out and landed on the wounded, effectively curing their wounds at an observable rate. At this time, the party that was preparing to welcome him stopped. Their face turned ugly as they looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm Mr. from the Radiant Church." Zhao Hai turned his head to the one who spoke. This person was quite beautiful. She had brown hair and light green eyes, a fairly sharp face and snow-white teeth. Although she might not be very beautiful, one could feel a very attracting aura while looking at her. But when Zhao Hai looked closely at this person, he couldn't help but be surprised. He was very familiar with this face. This face belonged to none other than Kristen Stewart, an actress quite known for her role in a movie called Twilight. One must say that among the actresses, Kristen wasn't the most beautiful one. She just has a very attractive aura in her. Quiet, smart, elegant. These words might not fit someone like her. Because Zhao Hai quite liked the movie, he was able to recognize her face at a single glance. This girl looked very much like Kirsten. Zhao Hai couldn't help but deeply sigh. His luck was truly fantastic. First was Taylor, then Megan, then Keeley. And now there was Kristen. The heavens were really looking after him. Being able to meet these people back on Earth wasn't an easy thing. However, Zhao Hai had detected some vigilance in the woman's expression, so he immediately answered, "Sister might have misunderstood, but I'm not a person from the Radiant Church. Hasn't Sister seen my ship's flag?" She heard Zhao Hai. She couldn't help but turn her head towards the haven's main mast, and seeing the wild dragon flag fluttering freely above the blood-soaked sea. When she noticed the flag, she couldn't help but gawk. Her brain seemed to stop for a short moment. She seemed to have seen this flag before, but she just couldn't remember when, or even where. At this time, she overheard a person's voice exclaiming, "Heavens! Is that the Buddha clan's wild dragon flag? Are you from the Buddha clan?" Upon hearing the person, the girl couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in confusion as she asked, "You're from the Buddha clan? But how can you use light magic?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Who says my Buddha clan can't use light magic? Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Hai Buddha, the current patriarch of the Buddha clan." The girl stared at Zhao Hai, seemingly forgetting her courtesy. This wasn't surprising since Zhao Hai was a well-known dark mage in the continent. Seeing a dark mage using light magic was even more surprising than seeing a tree planting itself. Zhao Hai didn't comment of the girl's expression. Instead, he beckoned towards Laura and the others and said, "These are my wives, Laura, Megan, Lizzie, and Nair." Seeing Laura and the others giving her a salute, the girl finally responded. With her face red in embarrassment, she performed her own salute and said, "Kristen Hurricane has seen Patriarch Zhao Hai as well as the madams." After both sides exchanged greetings, Kristen then turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch Zhao Hai, I must express my greatest gratitude to you. If not for you, then we might have fallen to the other party's attack. These pirates are really too hateful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Sister Kristen doesn't need to mind it too much. I just gave a small helping hand. Now that those battleships are under my control, Sister doesn't need to worry about it anymore." Although Kristen didn't know how Zhao Hai was able to control those battleships, she didn't dare to ask him how. She knew that if Zhao Hai wanted it to be known, then he would tell her eventually. Kristen then gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "No matter what, I'd like to thank Mr. Please come sit with me in the cabin." She said that as she gestured her arm as an invitation. Zhao Hai didn't become polite. He accepted the invitation and led Laura and the others to walk with Kristen towards the cabin. The ship's cabin wasn't very big, only about the size of a normal living room. After the group had sat, the room immediately became quite crowded. 1. Here we go. Uhaha. Chapter 562. Confirmation. A servant came in and served them something to drink. Because the battle didn't take too long, and since the other party were using long-ranged weapons, the damage on the Hurricane family's freighter wasn't very serious. The group sat down as Kristen dictated the events before the attack. Although the Hurricane family was constantly low-key and rarely did business, it was inevitable that they would have to trade some goods with the others. However, their trades weren't on the scale as large as that of the other great clans. For great clans to maintain their strength, they needed to have some form of sustaining that strength. Even if the Hurricane family didn't like to do business, it was unavoidable if they wanted to have their territory run normally. But because their family weren't very good in it, they would just trade the minimum amount to maintain the normal operation of their territory. This time, Kristen's mission was to trade in Rosen Empire and then go back home. In Rosen Empire, they didn't trade in Golden Island, but preferred Rising Water City instead. Their previous transactions were always done in Rising Water City. Even if Golden Island was on the rise, The hurricane family didn't seem to get attracted to it. They still continued their trade with Rising Waters City all the same. But when they were heading back, 6 five-masted battleships bearing pirate flags suddenly surrounded them. Although they had the means to fight back, their firepower just cannot compare to the other party, and adding on to the fact that the enemies had battleships while they only had a freighter, if Zhao Hai didn't come, then they would surely be finished. After Kristen finished talking, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We wanted to go visit the Buddha Empire, but we didn't expect to encounter such a thing." But does Sister Kristen feel strange? How could pirates get their hands on 6 five-masted battleships? Kristen's personality was the same as that of the Hurricane family. As long as you don't offend her, then she would treat you kindly. But this didn't mean that the Hurricane family were fools. On the contrary, they were quite smart people. They just placed this intellect in improving their magic and other things, but not for ambition. This was the general impression of the continent towards the Hurricane family. When Kristen heard what Zhao Hai said, her eyes turned sharp for a moment before she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What does Mr. want to say? Please speak." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I suspect that the assailants weren't pirates. Sister Kristen should know. Most pirate groups in the seas have great clans supporting them, but with the Hurricane family's background, I believe that no pirate would want to attack you. Moreover, pirates with great strength. Am I right?" Kristen nodded and said, "That's right. It's just like Mr. said. Our Hurricane family has a lot of friends in the continent, and very few enemies." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What Sister said is true. But even if you say there are few, that means that the Hurricane family still had enemies. And did Sister forget that you have one big enemy?" Kristen stared. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is Mr. thinking about the Radiant Church?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's very possible. How about this? I'll go call some of those undead on the battleships and ask them. What do you think?" Kristen seemed to not understand. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You mean, you have turned everyone on those ships into undead?" Patriarch Zhao Hai, "Isn't that bad?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why would it be bad? I've turned hundreds of thousands of people in the Wuxia Empire into undead. Why would I care about these few people?" He then stood up and walked outside. Kristen looked at Zhao Hai's back with eyes that showed loathing. The Hurricane family were famously good-hearted people, therefore, they aren't used to seeing Zhao Hai's vicious and merciless actions. However, she still followed Zhao Hai out of the cabin. This matter can affect the Hurricane family's future. She couldn't just ignore it. Zhao Hai didn't care about it too much. He didn't want to get in Kristen's good graces anyway. The reason why he helped the Hurricane family was because he wants the Radiant Church to have a harder time. Outside the ship, Zhao Hai recited a few incantations before he waved his staff. Black gas started to appear from the staff and surrounded one battleship. When the gas disappeared, Kristen discovered that there were people standing on top of the ship's deck. Zhao Hai repeated the pattern and turned the people on the other battleships into undead. Then he had the battleships approach the Hurricane family's freighter. Then some of the undead boarded the Hurricane family's ship. Kristen had recognized some of these people from the time of the battle. Therefore, she didn't suspect that Zhao Hai sent his undead to pretend. After the undead boarded the ship, Zhao Hai immediately had them report who they were. The assailants weren't pirates, but instead the navy of the Ocean Waves dynasty. Ocean Waves dynasty was the country most developed in the research of the water element. Because of this, they had the most powerful navy in continent. However, even if these people were from the navy, they had nothing to do with the Radiant Church. The only thing that they knew was that they were ordered to attack, nothing more. But Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He asked these undead about which one of them was the commander of the 6 battleships. Zhao Hai was already used to the Radiant Church's style. It was impossible for the church to not send someone over to monitor the operation. It didn't take too long before these people named someone, so Zhao Hai immediately called the person over and interrogated him. Sure enough, he identified himself to be part of the Radiant Church. Moreover, his level wasn't low, he was a priest. This time, he was ordered by the Radiant Church to deal with the Hurricane family. However, he didn't know of anything else. But this information was enough. At the very least, Zhao Hai wanted to let Kristen know that the ones who wanted to deal with the Hurricane family were indeed the Radiant Church. Zhao Hai had also confirmed his suspicions. The Radiant Church truly had control over the Ocean Waves dynasty. Moreover, they had changed their methods into moving in secret. After the interrogation, Zhao Hai made the undead return to the ships and had them leave. Then he returned to the cabin along with Kristen. Kristen was frowning. She felt that this matter has gotten quite thorny. Although the Radiant Church has been suppressed, their foundation was still intact. Even if their presence has been reduced, there were still people who worshipped their faith. The monarch of the other countries didn't really see them as a threat. Aside from the Rosen and Ixa empires, nobody really went full-on in eliminating the church. Some churches were even still present, with priests preaching in them, albeit the much lesser numbers. Therefore, even if the Radiant Church was now behaving, they were still very strong. Kristen wasn't a fool. She had deduced from the testimonies of the undead that the Ocean Waves dynasty and the Radiant Church certainly didn't have a simple relationship. It seems to be like what Zhao Hai thought. The Radiant Church had become much more formidable now that they were in the shadows. Zhao Hai looked at Kristen and smiled faintly. Sister Kristen, I just want to take this matter to heart, and since the matter is finished, then we would be taking our leave. We still have an urgent matter to take care of in the Buddha Empire. Kristen gawked and immediately responded. She was lowering her head in deep thought that she wasn't able to talk to Zhao Hai, which was something very disrespectful. When she thought about this, Kristen's face couldn't help but turn red. She hastily stood up and gave a bow to Zhao Hai and said, I've been unfair to Mr. I was suddenly too absorbed in my own thoughts, so I neglected you. I ask for Mr.'s forgiveness. But why would Mr. leave immediately? Mr. had done a great deal of help to us. Please stay behind and let us express our gratitude. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Sister is too polite. There's no need to do that. To me, this is but a small effort. Moreover, I also obtained 6 battleships. This can be said to be my reward. I really do have something to do in Buddha Empire, so sister shouldn't feel bad. Kristen quickly replied, What does Mr. need in the Buddha Empire? My Hurricane family has some sort of influence there. Maybe we can help Mr. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm traveling to Buddha Empire because I want to go to the Dwarf Mountain and see if I can do business with the Dwarven race. Kristen couldn't help but frown when she heard Zhao Hai. The Dwarf Mountain held a special status in the Buddha Empire. The empire needed heavy armors and weapons from the dwarves. However, they also didn't want the dwarves to be too strong, so just like the beastmen, the humans controlled the amount of trades that would be sent to the mountain. However, the dwarves weren't fools. As long as they noticed that they had been deceived, they would surely declare war against the Buddha Empire. So because of this, the Buddha Empire merchants didn't dare to trick the dwarves. However, the empire still thought of a method. They wouldn't let the merchants of other countries to contact the dwarves, ensuring that they would have full monopoly of the dwarven market. Since the empire was restricting trade, only a few merchants were able to make trade with the dwarves for long term. Even great nobles didn't have the opportunity to dictate themselves. Therefore, It was natural for Kristen's expression to turn ugly upon hearing Zhao Hai's words. When Zhao Hai saw Kristen's expression, he asked, "Sister Kristen, is there something wrong?" Kristen didn't hide the truth from Zhao Hai. In fact, this matter was already known by the top-level powers in the continent, so there was no reason to keep it a secret. After listening to Kristen, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "It doesn't matter. If I can't do it, then I don't really care." Chapter 563, Dwarven Ironware. Kristen frowned, and finally made up her mind. "Mister shouldn't rush to leave. I ask you to go with me to our hurricane family. Maybe we can help you with your trade with the dwarves." Zhao Hai looked at Kristen and smiled. "All right. Then I'll have to bother sister." "Right. My ship is very spacious. Does sister want to get on board?" Kristen shook her head and said, "I'll have to decline Mister's invitation. We just passed through a big fight. I still have a lot of matter to take care of." Zhao Hai nodded, and then returned with Laura and the others to their own ship. After arriving at his ship, Zhao Hai ordered the 6 battleships to head towards Golden Island. At the same time, he also informed Kun about their arrival so that he can take them in. After completing these, Zhao Hai and the others entered the space. When they had settled down, Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, "It seems like going through the trouble of lending a hand was worth it. If the Hurricane family would really help us in our matter with the dwarves, then our travel would be much easier." Laura nodded and said, "That's true. Buddha Empire is very strict regarding Dwarf Mountain. If someone of our status gets in touch with the dwarves, then it would definitely get their attention. Those Buddha Empire fellows seem to think that the dwarves are their personal blacksmiths. If we directly go to the dwarves, we might get into huge trouble." Zhao Hai frowned. "Do the great nobles of the continent really don't have anything to say about this? How can they just let the Buddha Empire monopolize the dwarf race's business?" Laura smiled and said, "How could they not have an opinion? It's just that even if the dwarf business is very profitable, those families don't want to offend the Buddha Empire. The Buddha Empire also has methods to deal with those who wanted to come in contact with the dwarves. In fact, it is very simple. They would just suppress that family's business in the Buddha Empire, causing that family huge losses." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that the Buddha Empire would do this. However, he has to recognize that with how much importance the Buddha Empire has placed on the dwarf goods, there would be no way for the other nobles to get their hands on it. Exchanging their existing business in the Buddha Empire for a one-time transaction with the dwarves is not worth it. Lizzie smiled and said, "Not only that, the Buddha Empire might have also been talking to the dwarves about how malicious the merchants of the other nations were." At this point, the dwarves would have already been convinced that aside from the Buddha Empire, the others were simply swindlers, therefore, making it much more difficult for the other empires to trade with them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This will make the travel to Buddha Empire much more interesting. It seems like Dwarven ironware is really fantastic. Otherwise the Empire wouldn't be this critical about controlling it." Laura nodded and said, "It really is. With the same type of weapon and the same iron, human blacksmiths just couldn't compare to the dwarves. Human swords might break after one war while the dwarven swords can last 5. Not to mention how much sharper the dwarven swords were. By relying on dwarf-made goods, the Buddha Empire has managed to reach its current status." Megan nodded as well. "I used to see a dwarven-made steel dagger in my father's study in the past. The dagger wasn't very gorgeous, nor was it eye-catching, but it was very sharp, better than those made by a senior human blacksmith. If you take a human-made dagger and sliced it with a dwarven-made one, the human dagger would surely break into 2. Zhao Hai nodded. So that's how good dwarven daggers are. But I want to know how it would compare to something that the processing machine makes. Laura shook her head and said, I'm afraid dwarven daggers are stronger. They are handcrafted, repeatedly tempered, so they should be special. Zhao Hai agreed. Then he looked at Laura and said, I'll go write a letter to Grandpa Kun later, telling him all about what just happened. I think it would be best for father-in-law and the others to know about this, so that they can make proper preparations. Megan nodded. Right. But wouldn't the church be evading the Rosen Empire by now? They would be courting death if they do. The hatred for the church has now reached its peak. Even the commoners were in opposition to them. It would be very difficult for the church to return to the empire. Zhao Hai smiled and said, no matter what, being prepared is always good. At the same time, I also want to see how the Hurricane family reacts to this incident. If the Hurricane family doesn't spread this out, then we would be the ones doing it. We'll drag the Ocean Waves dynasty along as well. Let those people from the Radiant Church withdraw even more. Laura nodded and said, that's also good. The Radiant Church had always been up to no good. It's too annoying, even if they are strong. We should just rid of them. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, that won't be a good idea. If we remove the church, the targets of the continent would be switched to us. That would make things much more troublesome. The strength that we have been showing is just the same as great nobles, which is still acceptable for them. But if we show strength beyond their expectations, then I'm afraid they would unite and deal with us. Lizzie sighed. That's true. I don't understand how the people of the continent think, but for me, our current situation is quite good. At least nobody comes to bully us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, what I'd like is to upgrade the space even sooner so that we won't be afraid of anyone. Moreover, we can also use a lot of backgrounds. When we get bored, we can just explore a new background. That would be very good. One could clearly see the look of anticipation on the faces of Lizzie and the others. Zhao Hai had shown them the different backgrounds in the Spaces shop, and those backgrounds were indeed very beautiful. The group continued to chat in the space for a while before they left Kair to pay attention to the situation outside. If Kristen were to go see them, Kair would immediately send word, but for now, they secretly returned to Iron Mountain Fort. When Zhao Hai went to the prairie before, he was actually also planning to get his 100,000 slaves. However, he didn't expect how much damage the Herculean bulls had suffered. Now that they needed to recover their strength, having those slaves were indispensable. Therefore, Zhao Hai chose to just leave them there for the time being. After all, he still had his 100,000 slaves, so it wasn't really a big deal. Moreover, he also decided to get another 100,000 slaves from Lin. Zhao Hai believed that those would be delivered soon. The situation in Iron Mountain Fort was very normal, although it was impossible for the slaves to have a commoner culture. But one day they will, so they were very obedient. If these 100,000 slaves were to disobey, Zhao Hai's management would have so much problems. But fortunately, the slaves behaved themselves. Karen was still buzzing around the machines every day, to the point where Laura was now complaining about it to Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai went to see how the slaves were doing. And they were doing very good. Majority of the allocated lands were already planted, but Zhao Hai told them that this will be the only year where he would provide seeds to plant. The next year, they would be free to plant whatever they want. Zhao Hai was also planning on buying some seeds in the space and selling them over to the slaves, using grain as trade. They stayed for one day in Iron Mountain Fort. The next morning, Kristen sent someone to notify Zhao Hai. After some simple repairs, Their ship was now ready to go. Their travel then on was very smooth. They didn't run into any enemies along the way. The merchants that they passed all shouted in greetings. One has to recognize how well received the people from the hurricane family were. There were several instances where ships from other families discovered how battered the hurricane family ship was and thought that it was attacked. So they stopped by and visited Kristen. They wanted to know who attacked the hurricane family. At the same time, these people were also very enthusiastic regarding Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't expecting them to be this accommodating, but after thinking about it for a while, he finally understood. All these people were kind to him because of Golden Island. Golden Island was now the continent's most famous trade harbor. People who go there because of the safety of their transactions, the low taxes, as well as the cheap goods in comparison to other places. Most importantly, there were a lot of merchants who were chased by pirates and went to Golden Island to hide. But those pirates didn't dare to move against them. This made the merchants prefer to involve themselves with the Buddha clan. Zhao Hai naturally returned the enthusiasm of these people. He exchanged gifts with them and chatted with them for a bit, giving Zhao Hai some special understanding about these nobles from other countries. Zhao Hai was now in the Lion Empire's seas. Merchants coming and going here were mostly from the Ocean Waves dynasty and Buddha Empire. Ex-Empire ships were rarely spotted. The same was true for Rosen Empire ships. This was normal. Now that the Ex-Empire was still under recovery, there were few merchants who traveled from there. On the other hand, the relationship between the Rosen Empire and the Lion Empire wasn't very good. Therefore, it was normal for Rosen Empire ships to avoid this region of the sea. But Zhao Hai still didn't meet any obstructions in the Lion Empire, whether it be the Hurricane family or the Buddha clan. Both of them were powerful families in the continent. Even if the relationship between the Rosen Empire and the Lion Empire wasn't good, the Lion Empire's relationship with Zhao Hai was still normal. At the same time, nobody wanted to needlessly offend both the Buddha clan and the Hurricane family. After about a month of navigation, Zhao Hai and the others finally entered the Buddha Empire's seas, but they were still very far from the Hurricane family's territory. They would still need to sail for 5 days before they arrive. Chapter 564, Strange Hurricane Family. Inside the Buddha Empire's sea region, the travel with the Hurricane family people came smoothly as well. In the Buddha Empire, there was almost no reason to offend the Hurricane family. The people of the Hurricane family were not interested in influence. The people from the Buddha Empire were very friendly with them because they weren't striving for power nor profit. The royal family also liked to intermarry to their family, which made the other nobles treat them very well. One could say that the Hurricane family was the most accepted people in the entire Buddha Empire. However, Kristen wasn't in the mood to think about all of this right now. The group was currently entering the Buddha Empire's largest river, Iron Warhorse River. According to legend, the founding emperor of the Buddha Empire has managed to obtain the approval of a unique magic beast, an iron warhorse. In this river, with a horse as his mount, he managed to make a lot of achievements and finally established the Buddha Empire. After taking his seat as emperor, he immediately changed the name of the river into Iron Warhorse River. The territory of the Hurricane family was along a branch of this river, inside a mountainous area. The mountain didn't have any ores, and its land wasn't fertile. It can be said that this territory was the worst in the Buddha Empire. However, even after holding this territory for millennia, the Hurricane family didn't even attempt to expand it one step, nor did they seek help from others. The family only relied on their family members to excavate the mountainous area and make terraced fields of which bamboo rice, oil trees, and green vegetables were planted. They were living in something like a mundane paradise in the eyes of other nobles. This might be an example of not making progress. However, the Hurricane family seems to like living like this. They were selling a lot of bamboo rice, oil products as well as vegetables, but not magic vegetables. This made their yearly profits much lesser than the other nobles, but this could still satisfy the family. But as many years passed by, the Hurricane family were still a great clan. Other clans rose to the top, others fell into depravity, but the Hurricane family still stayed the same. They just lived their day-to-day lives peacefully, as they did from the very beginning. This made people quite speechless when discussing them. However, if you think that the Hurricane family was weak, then you couldn't be any more wrong. Because of their innate wind attribute, the family had a lot of experts within their members. The other families might have 7th or 8th rank experts as their foreign elders, eliciting respect and resources in order to make their strength grow. But it was different with the Hurricane family. One might see a farmer on the fields, tending to his crops, only to know that the person was an 8th rank expert. You might even see someone peacefully chopping wood, but actually had the strength of 7th rank. There were no other family in the Buddha Empire that was just like the Hurricane family. The Hurricane family's core values is based on being good to others. They had helped a lot of families in the Buddha Empire before, making the entire Buddha Empire nobility grateful to them. One could say that in the Buddha Empire, the Hurricane family was the most detached family in terms of political agenda. When the Radiant Church was at its strongest, they wanted to suppress the Hurricane family because of its non-compliance. But when they came to doing it, they found out that they weren't able to do anything. The Hurricane family didn't have any businesses aside from their rice, oil, and vegetables, and these things were daily supplies, so they really cannot be suppressed. And when the Radiant Church wanted to use other avenues to deal with them, the nobles of the Buddha Empire disagreed. In the end, the Radiant Church can only take a step back. Although Zhao Hai had some understanding of the Hurricane family, in the end, he was not a person of the Buddha Empire. His understanding of the Hurricane family was only based on some writings on paper. As to the actual prestige of the Hurricane family, Zhao Hai has close to no clue. After traveling for 3 days in Iron Warhorse River, they finally sailed on a branching body of water known as Blooming Flower River and stopped at a place called the Blooming Flower Lake. On the east of Blooming Flower Lake, a stone pier can be seen. This pier was Hurricane family's personal pier. At the same time, this Blooming Flower Lake was also part of the Hurricane family's territory. After the two ships stopped on the pier, Zhao Hai discovered that there were a lot of people present. The one leading them was an old man wearing an azure robe. This old man's robes was neither magnificent nor luxurious. The robe looked just like the robes that low-level mages used to wear. It didn't have any special qualities in it. The hair of the old person was white. He had a wrinkled face that made him look like an old mage that had 0 accomplishments in his life. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare look down on this person. Although the old man looked weak, Zhao Hai's intuition was telling him that he was an expert. After lowering the springboard, Zhao Hai, along with Laura and the others, walked down from their ship. Kristen also disembarked from her own ship. Naturally, Kristen had already sent a message towards the old man, informing him about what happened as well as Zhao Hai's presence. Kristen went to the old man and gave him a salute. The old man smiled kindly towards her and said, "Good. It's nice that you've come back safely. I told you to not go, but you insisted to, right? Let's not neglect the guests." Then the old man turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't neglect his manners as he bowed and said, "Buddha clan's patriarch, Zhao Hai, has seen the elder. The old man smiled faintly and returned the bow before saying, Juno Hurricane has met Patriarch Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly replied and said, Elder shouldn't be too polite. You're old enough to be my grandfather. No need to give me a bow. I don't deserve it. Old Juno looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. Patriarch Zhao Hai has rescued my granddaughter. That's a great service to my hurricane family. That's enough to merit a bow. Zhao Hai smiled. Elder is too polite. I just did it because of the coincidence. So I helped a little, not really a big deal. Juno smiled a little. He didn't want to dwell too much on this topic, so he said, since Mr. has came to my hurricane family, then we would of course show you our hospitality. Juno changed how he addressed Zhao Hai from Patriarch to Mr. It seems like their relationship has gone one step closer. Zhao Hai also noted the change to how he was addressed. He smiled and said, I'll have to trouble the elder. Then the group went to leave the pier and approached some carriages. The carriages were very ordinary, something even merchants wouldn't ride on, but from the looks of the hurricane family members, it seems like they were already used to it. Zhao Hai was now very curious about the people of the hurricane family. He wasn't expecting that there would a millennium-old family like this to exist. It made Zhao Hai think about how great it would be if he were to be born into such a family. However, his fate was on the opposite direction. After the group rode the carriage, it immediately headed towards the depths of the hurricane family's territory. This showed Zhao Hai that the hurricane family's territory was a mountainous region. No flat lands can be seen. The road that they were going through were all mountain paths paved with stones. Zhao Hai looked at the lush, bamboo rice and oil trees in the mountains. Then he turned to Laura and said, This place is really good. It's much better than our black wasteland. Laura smiled and said, Their lifestyle is really astonishing. I didn't think that there would be a millennium-old clan that is like this. I used to hear how the hurricane family lived, but I really didn't expect it to be like this. After crossing two mountains, their carriage stopped. Zhao Hai didn't immediately get down from the carriage. He was busy gawking at the scene. This village wasn't different than the villages that they had seen in the past two mountains. Stone houses with a stone-walled courtyards, of which several fruit trees were grown. Dogs can be seen running around the vegetation and pigs' squeals can be heard. It's a typical mountain village that one can see everywhere. However, this typical mountain village was actually the patriarch's residence of one of the most famous great families in the continent. This scene made Zhao Hai stare blankly. At this time, people can be heard walking towards the carriage. This made Zhao Hai recover as he led Laura and the others down. Juno had also reached Zhao Hai's carriage as he smiled. Mr. Zhao Hai, this is where I live. It's quite crude. I hope you don't get offended. Zhao Hai quickly replied, This is actually a very good place. I like it very much. I'd have to trouble the elder to take care of me. Juno smiled faintly and led Zhao Hai to enter the courtyard. Kristen was also following them from behind, while the others went back to their own households. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhao Hai can see another old person there as well as two children running around like crazy. Kristen entered the courtyard and immediately ran towards the old person as she held her up. Grandma, I've missed you. The old woman looked at Zhao Hai and then back to Kristen as she said, Good girl, right. Go invite the guests over inside. Zhao Hai looked at this old woman and immediately knew that she was an expert as well. At least 7th rank. Zhao Hai hadn't seen an 7th rank mage like this old woman before. Moreover, she was a millennium-old patriarch's wife. At this time, Zhao Hai also entered the room with Juno. The living room was quite big. When he entered, he can see wooden chairs and tables inside, looking like they were already antiques. The items inside gave off a serene and deep aura. After the group sat down, Kristen got them something to drink. Then Juno looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Is Patriarch Zhao Hai not too familiar with a crude place such as this? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, not at all. I'm quite used to it. A year ago, I lived in a similar condition. It's even much worse than here. Ha ha ha. Even the place that I'm living in right now is not much better than this. Juno smiled and said, our hurricane family had been living like this for as long as I can remember, so we're already quite used to it. Right. I heard that Patriarch Zhao Hai's purpose this time was to contact the dwarves. Am I correct? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I came to do some trades with the dwarves, but I'm quite unfamiliar with the place as well as the people here. I'll have to ask the elder for help. Juno smiled and said, Patriarch doesn't need to be polite. You've rescued Kristen. Such great kindness needed to be repaid. If I can help you even for a little bit, then I would be very happy. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Elder is really too polite. I feel quite uncomfortable receiving such remarks from a respectable person like you. Juno just smiled and said, all right, no need to talk about this. I'll have to ask Patriarch Zhao Hai to stay here for a few days since I'll need to arrange this matter. After I take care of it, I will personally accompany you to Dwarf Mountain. I believe that those old dwarves would still give me some face. Zhao Hai stared blankly before he immediately said, I've dared to cause the Patriarch too much trouble. I'll have to deeply apologize. The old man waved his hand and said, it isn't a big deal. I happen to have several good friends among the dwarves. Patriarch Zhao Hai doesn't need to be too polite, right? I'll have to ask Patriarch Zhao Hai to rest in his room first. In a while, I'll be inviting you over for dinner. Zhao Hai complied, and then he led Laura and the others out. After walking out of the house, they saw that Kristen was already there waiting for them. However, Kristen was very different compared to the first time that they've met. In the past, Kristen was wearing a long skirt, with her hair fairly unkempt, but the present Kristen was now wearing ordinary clothes. She also had her hair into a braid. She looked just like an adorable neighbor. Kristen gave a small bow and said to Zhao Hai, Patriarch Zhao Hai, please come with me. Then she led Zhao Hai towards a nearby building. After arriving at the building, Kristen turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, Patriarch, this is the place that grandfather has arranged for you. It looks quite simple. We hope that Patriarch doesn't get too offended. Zhao Hai entered the room. It wasn't that big. The inside was divided into two, the living room and the bedroom. If one carefully looked at it, one could see that the room was spotlessly clean. Zhao Hai turned his head to Kristen and then said, Sister Kristen is too polite. This place is very good. It's very much to my liking. Thank you very much. Kristen smiled and said, Patriarch is too polite. Then I'll leave Patriarch here so that you can take a rest. If Patriarch needs anything, don't hesitate to tell me. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Kristen turned around and left. Meg and the others also came inside as they evaluated the house. Laura smiled and turned to Zhao Hai. Brother Hai, I didn't think that the Hurricane family would be living this humbly. It's really too strange. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I also didn't think that the famous Hurricane family would have this kind of lifestyle. It's completely out of my expectations. With how strong they are, they still chose to live such lives. They have my utmost admiration. Laura smiled and said, they really do make people admire them, but I feel like our situation is quite similar to the Hurricane family. We have the strength to rule a nation, but we chose to live our current lives. Maybe we are pursuing the same life as them. Chapter 565, taking a vacation. Laura and the others understood Zhao Hai by now. Zhao Hai was a person with little ambition. If he wasn't compelled to upgrade his space, they wouldn't have reached their current status. At this time, a voice was heard from the courtyard. Zhao Hai then allowed Megan to open the door. What they saw were people coming into the courtyard. There were two middle-aged people and in their sides were two seemingly 20-year-old men. Kristen was standing in between the two middle-aged people, acting like a spoiled child. Zhao Hai deduced that these two people might be Kristen's parents. Sure enough, when Kristen saw Zhao Hai open the door, she immediately spoke some words to the couple. The two looked at Zhao Hai and walked over and together they said, "We thank Patriarch Zhao Hai for saving our daughter's life. Please accept our gratitude." Zhao Hai quickly returned the gesture and said, "This one wouldn't dare. It's just a small help." At this point, Juno came as Zhao Hai was talking to Kristen's parents. He smiled faintly and then said, "It's good that you're back. Let's invite Patriarch Zhao Hai for a meal." Kristen's father immediately nodded and then turned his head to Zhao Hai and gestured his hand. "Please accept our Hurricane family's invitation." Patriarch Zhao Hai, "Ladies, please." Zhao Hai complied, and then he led Laura and the others as he followed the Hurricane family to the dining room. Although Kristen's home wasn't a castle and their yard was not big, they still had a place specifically used for dining. However, its furniture weren't up to par with the other great nobles. The chairs and tables looked like they were used for many years. Although it was much better than commoners' homes, it was much worse compared to nobles. Juno was there waiting for Zhao Hai and the others in the dining room. After the group sat down, Juno's wife immediately had the dish served. After seeing the dishes, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. This Hurricane family surely is very interesting. They're chosen to live this kind of village life. They lived with ordinarily old furniture, and the way they received their guests was the same as how country people receive them. When nobles eat meals, they would generally choose relatively good food. The more expensive the better. But country people were different. Vegetables, fish, and meat were already good food. The Hurricane family seems to embody this philosophy as well. This was the first time that Laura and the others had this kind of food, so they felt very curious. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wasn't. Instead, what he felt was warmth. Back on Earth, he had eaten meals like this all the time. Juno repeatedly offered Zhao Hai the dishes, and Zhao Hai didn't decline. He ate the meal as he chatted with Juno. The meal was very relaxed and comfortable. Zhao Hai discovered that the Hurricane family people were very nice to speak to. Moreover, they don't talk like other nobles. You don't need to worry about your words, afraid of offending them. They also didn't go and probe your background. The Hurricane family just wanted to talk about day-to-day activities. After having eaten their meal, the group went to the living room and sat. Kristen's mother had served them something to drink. Kristen and the ladies, as well as Kristen's grandmother, left the room, leaving only Zhao Hai and Juno inside. After taking a drink, Zhao Hai looked at Juno and said, "Elder, I just want to ask, what do you want to do about the recent matter?" The matter that Zhao Hai meant was naturally the attack on Kristen. He wanted to know how Juno wanted to deal with it. If Juno doesn't want to make a move, then there would be no need for Zhao Hai to touch the Radiant Church. Otherwise, if he made a move this time, claiming that the Radiant Church attacked Kristen but the Hurricane family doesn't have his back, then he would be placed in an awkward position. If the Hurricane family wanted to deal with the Radiant Church, then Zhao Hai can lend a hand, revealing this matter to the entire continent, making people raise their vigilance. After Juno heard Zhao Hai, his eyes immediately shined as he said, "Does Mr. mean the attack on Kristen?" "I'm still quite not sure," but it's for certain that I won't let this matter go. Mr. Zhao Hai should also understand that even if the Buddha Empire was afraid of being controlled by the Radiant Church, suppressing it, the Church still has their presence inside the empire. If we deal with them now, they would definitely fight back, and that would not be good. Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that Juno was right. Seeing Zhao Hai nod, Juno continued, "Therefore, I want to spread this matter in the meantime, letting everyone be on guard against the Radiant Church. I think that as long as the continent knew about this, then they would definitely think of ways to deal with the Radiant Church." Zhao Hai nodded again and then said, "This action is also good. Dealing with the Radiant Church couldn't be done in a single day. If the Radiant Church's attack on Kristen were to spread, the people would surely dread the Church. In the future, it would be much more difficult for the Church to attack individual people. Moreover, great nobles would also start suppressing them even more. Soon enough, the Radiant Church wouldn't be able to take advantage of any situation." Juno nodded and said, "This is the only thing that we could do right now, but I can also be sure that the Radiant Church wouldn't let our Hurricane family go with just this. Although our Hurricane family doesn't have enemies, it doesn't mean that nobody can bully us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder should already know about my Buddha clan's enmity with the Radiant Church. If Elder needs anything from us, feel free to send word." Juno laughed and said, "All right, if our Hurricane family goes to war with the Radiant Church, then we would certainly ask the Buddha clan for help." When Zhao Hai heard Juno's words, he couldn't help but feel elated. Juno had already regarded the Buddha clan as allies, and for the clan, this was a great thing. However, Zhao Hai can also see that Juno doesn't want to specifically state this alliance, but it still made Zhao Hai happy. Having a potential ally was already very good. In the next several days, Zhao Hai and the others lived in Juno's residence. The farmers woke up very early. Although Zhao Hai and the others don't wake up very late, they were still much worse than them. Moreover, from these past several days, Zhao Hai also understood that the performance of the Hurricane family towards him was not deliberately done. This was because in Zhao Hai's stay in Juno's residence, he can see that the bamboo rice being planted and taken care of were all done with care. The other farmers who were around Juno's residence were also greeting Juno every single day. It was quite obvious that this was their day-to-day life. After observing for several days, Zhao Hai discovered that the Hurricane family was quite a loose family. They don't look like they share a common family, but just their surname. The people in the family generally lived on their own. Although they had a patriarch, his authority wasn't as strong as in the other noble families. Every year, the patriarch would go and collect the taxes, but this tax would also be circulated back into the family. Compared to the other nobles, the position of patriarch in the Hurricane family was more of a rallying position than a position of power. However, if one were to say that the Hurricane family was dispersed, then they would also be very wrong. The Hurricane family still had their faith in the wind god, and each person was fully devoted to the belief. Although they lived separately, once a ceremony was required, all of them went in as one. They were more solid than any average noble family. Zhao Hai had lived for 5 days in Juno's residence, and he spent this 5 days mostly outdoors. He was going all around the mountain and looking at the bamboo rice as well as the oil trees. He also chatted with the villagers and came to know them by name. Regarding Zhao Hai's actions, Juno couldn't help but be surprised. Juno has also heard about Zhao Hai's background. He was a playboy from his younger years, but when their clan suffered disaster, he suddenly encountered a fortuitous encounter and managed to make the Buddha clan into what it is today. However, Juno also thought that Zhao Hai didn't know about the habits and customs of a village. After all, Zhao Hai lived in a major city in the past. He may go outside at the very least once every year, but this one time might only be about business, or to fight another person. For him to be able to get comfortable in a village was impossible if he didn't live in one in the past. So how was he very familiar with it right now? Zhao Hai was obviously very used to it. Moreover, he looks like he has lived in a village for majority of his life. This made Juno confused. Actually, what made Juno most surprised was the conduct of Zhao Hai's wives, with their identities. Juno had always thought that they were going to be delicate ladies, just like princesses, compared to their previous living arrangements. This village setting of the Hurricane family was too simple and crude. However, Laura and the others were acting pretty normal. They can actually move on their own. They also weren't very curious about crops like the bamboo rice or the oil trees. In fact, it was the opposite. They knew a lot about the bamboo rice and the oil trees. This was very surprising for the old man. Although Juno was very surprised about Zhao Hai's group, he didn't attempt to probe them or ask. In the recent days, Zhao Hai was also not talking about the matter with the dwarves, nor about the matters with the Buddha clan and the Radiant Church. Zhao Hai seemed to enjoy his current state. One could see the joy and bliss reflected on his face. 5 days passed by in a blink of an eye, and on the morning of the next day, Zhao Hai and the others got up early, combed their hair, and washed their face before going to the dining room to have breakfast. Breakfast in the countryside was very simple, and since they were already familiar with Juno, they didn't need to act too polite. Juno was already waiting for them in the dining room. After the group sat down, Juno smiled to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you should prepare yourself. We'll be departing for Dwarf Mountain today." Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "All right, actually, there's no need to prepare anything. I'm ready to go anytime." To be honest, he wasn't actually thinking about leaving this village life. He was enjoying himself here. The 5 days that Zhao Hai spent here was the most comfortable he had been in the past year. It seemed very much like a vacation, making Zhao Hai very reluctant to leave. But as it seems, it looks like the vacation has ended. Chapter 566, Frightened. Standing on the deck of the Haven, Juno's facial expression was very calm while Zhao Hai was there standing at his side. They were now navigating back in Iron Warhorse River. The Hurricane family's 5-master ship had received some damages in the fight, so it was now under repair. Therefore, when they departed this time, they used Zhao Hai's ship. Not only did Iron Warhorse River span the entire Buddha Empire, it was also quite deep and very wide. The river was an important lifeline for the Buddha Empire's prosperity. The end of the river was a place not far from the Dwarf Mountains. This was very convenient for Zhao Hai, as they were now heading towards the dwarves. They had been sailing for 4 days after they left the Hurricane family's territory. In about 3 days, they should reach the end of the river. While looking at the river's scenery, Juno sighed and said, "It's been quite a few years since I've left the territory. I don't know how those old folks were doing." "Little Hai, this trip to the dwarves, I can only be responsible for introducing you to them. You must know that the dwarves are very stubborn. If they decided to not trade with you, then nobody's words can change their minds, right? What kind of things do you intend to trade with them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They're dwarves. Naturally I'd want their metalwares. I intend to trade them with liquor in exchange." Juno stared, then he laughed and said, "Good. That's a great idea. Those fellows do indeed love drinking. If you give them great wines, they would surely do business with you, right?" What liquor are you selling? Is it milk wine? Zhao Hai's best-selling liquor was also made known to Juno. Zhao Hai smiled and said, yes, but I intend to trade them with a higher quality milk wine. Juno smiled and said, that's good. There's no better business with dwarves other than liquor. I've also tried your milk wine. They're very good, especially that higher quality one. It's fragrant. The higher quality milk wine that Juno mentioned was actually the milk wine made from cow's milk. This was because cow's milk was much mellower compared to argali milk, making its flavor much better, therefore, making a much better wine. Of course, the sellers needed to differentiate and describe the difference of the two. Otherwise, the other nobles wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Grandpa Juno, if you like, I'll have a batch given to you. In any case, those are my products. Me giving them away wouldn't be a big deal. Juno smiled and said, all right, after we head back, you leave some behind for me. By now, I find the other wines quite tasteless. I must say a little Hai, you've been living a great life on board your ship. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm not really that comfortable. As you can see, I always move around, doing things here and there. Juno smiled and said, no need to underplay yourself, little Hai. Just let this old man complain here for a little bit. Right. Dwarves are generally good people, but don't go and deceive them. If they find out, they wouldn't be able to let you off easily. Zhao Hai smiled and said, rest assured, I already know this. I quite understand their character. After all, they seem to be like the beastmen. Juno smiled and said, all right, just be good. Also, dwarves can take jokes. You can even tease them about their height, and they will never get angry. However, if you say something bad about their metalwares, they will immediately get enraged. Doing that is not a good idea. Zhao Hai nodded. All right, I'll remember that. I will certainly watch my mouth. In fact, most of these ironware would be supplied to the beastmen. If not for their needs for weapons, I wouldn't be coming here. Juno nodded. The reason why he reminded Zhao Hai about this point was because he was afraid that Zhao Hai would undercut the price by intentionally saying that the dwarf goods are no good. If that happens, Zhao Hai would definitely be offending the entire dwarf race. However, when Juno heard that Zhao Hai wanted to get the majority of these ironware for the beastmen, he immediately became curious. The milk wines that Zhao Hai had been selling was definitely related to the beastmen. What made people confused was that the milk wine that Zhao Hai sells were much better than those of the beastmen. It was actually a peculiar thing. Juno looked at Zhao Hai and said, do you have a good relationship with the beastmen? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm friends with the cow and dog race. I have good relationship with the black bears and I also have some deals with the hawks recently. As for the other races, I don't have too much contact with them. Juno nodded. Then he smiled faintly and said, the Radiant Church had just made a huge blunder back in Wuxia Empire. Does this matter have something to do with you? Zhao Hai stared, then he shook his head and said, I don't. I only received rumors about the matter with the Radiant Church and the Wuxia Empire. I don't know any of the specifics. You should know that me and the Radiant Church don't really look eye to eye, so it's quite impossible for me to know about their matters. My scouts don't have supernatural activities to know about their secret plans. Also, how could the Radiant Church let untrusted people know about specific things? Juno nodded. He believed Zhao Hai's words. The Radiant Church attached great importance to this matter, otherwise they wouldn't have sent a red-robed archbishop to manage their operation. However, this defeat still baffled a lot of people. Nobody knew how the beastmen found out about the Radiant Church's plan, causing the church to lose a lot. Even if the continent was confused, There weren't a lot of people who suspected Zhao Hai. The continent knew about the enmity between Zhao Hai and the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church naturally knew about this, so they should be on guard against Zhao Hai. At the same time, the Buddha clan was also still an emerging clan. Their background was insufficient. Moreover, Zhao Hai also had a falling out with the entire Xia Empire. Almost no family in the Xia Empire was on his side. Although his relationship with the Xia family and the Persal family was good, the Xia family was already gone before the Beastmen attack, while the Persal duchy was turned into sacrificial paws by the Radiant Church. Therefore, there would be no way for Zhao Hai to find out about anything. Because of this, after the war, no matter how strange the Radiant Church's defeat was, nobody had any thoughts that Zhao Hai would have a hand on the church's demise. When summarizing the reasons of their failure, although the Radiant Church had turned their internal and external arrangements inside out, they still didn't place any suspicions towards Zhao Hai. In their minds, even if the Buddha clan was strong, their information-gathering aspect was still very weak. It was impossible for the people of the continent to even come up with the existence of the space. They were still stuck in thinking about the normal modes of gathering information. But still, Juno's question made Zhao Hai break into a cold sweat. It was great that they had prepared an excuse for this. He didn't want any other people to know that he had used the Beastmen to deal with the Radiant Church. The lesser people knew the better. The people of the continent might be repulsed with the Radiant Church, but they still think of them as fellow humans. If they came to know that Zhao Hai sided with the Beastmen in order to deal a blow to the Radiant Church, then they might make Zhao Hai into the #1 enemy of the humans. It was also good that there were only a few beastmen who knew about Zhao Hai's hand in the matter. The general populace only believed that there was a mysterious person that helped them. After all, when Zhao Hai visited the beastmen camp, he donned the disguise of another person. If there were people to suspect, then it might be the engraved Arkansas. This organization was very mysterious. Moreover, they wanted to subvert the Ark continent. Such matters was what they might possibly do. Juno had just blurted this question out thoughtlessly and didn't take it to heart. But even if Zhao Hai told him that he used the Beastmen against the Radiant Church, he still wouldn't say anything. After all, if the Beastmen were to attack the Xia Empire, they would be dealing a huge blow against the Radiant Church. And with their recent attack to his granddaughter, Kristen, Juno was even more unsupportive towards the church. Juno had a lot of children, but the one he favors the most was Kristen's father. He already set his heart on having Kristen's father as the future patriarch of the family. However, the one Juno loved the most was Kristen. Therefore, the Radiant Church attacking Kristen had managed to touch Juno's bottom line. The Hurricane family were good-natured people, but this didn't mean that they would just endure. In their early years, the reason why the Hurricane family was able to hold on to their territory was because they also punched back. If the Hurricane family fully mobilized this time, their might would not be worse than the other millennium-old family. They weren't even behind in terms of their wealth. It was only because of their ancestral doctrine that they maintained this kind of life. In fact, even if Juno said that it was not the time to deal with the Radiant Church, he already sent some people towards the churches of the Radiant Church inside the Buddha Empire. Nobody from the Radiant Church was spared. Being a good person didn't mean that you didn't have any temper. If people hit your left face, you turn back and hit their right. If one doesn't fight back, it didn't mean that you have great values. It also means that you are without spine. The reason why Juno told Zhao Hai that he didn't want to move against the Radiant Church was because he didn't want Zhao Hai to know. Juno knew about how big Zhao Hai's enmity with the Radiant Church was. If Juno told Zhao Hai, then it was inevitable that Zhao Hai would help, elevating the matter by another lever. In the current case, the matter was still under Juno's control. Chapter 567, Dwarf Iron Mountain. While the ship was sailing along Iron Warhorse River, they could spot 3-masted and 5-masted ships sailing with them. These ships had displaced a lot of water, showing people how much cargo they were carrying. They were already not far from the pier for Dwarf Mountain. From the direction these ships were heading, it seems like they were all packing a lot of iron and iron goods inside. When people mention dwarven ironware, they might think of weapons, but in reality, there were a lot of ironware that were from the dwarves. Everything that can be made out of iron was also made by the dwarves. Moreover, dwarves don't only create things from iron, they also use a variety of metals as well. Their gold and silver items also held some fame in the continent, but not as much as their ironware. Weapons that dwarves produce might be crude and simple, but the products they make from precious metals were absurdly magnificent, looking like they were art. Even elves cannot be compared to how innately skilled the dwarves were in this aspect. Like what was heard, the dwarves had been hollowing out huge portions of Dwarf Mountain. At the same time, they also knew that the mountain would run out of iron eventually, so they also started to recycle some iron. Iron was easy to reuse. The dwarves can just remelt some scarred iron products to make new ones. Because of this, whether ships were heading or leaving Dwarf Mountain, all of them had iron in their cargo. Zhao Hai also knew about this practice of the dwarves, but they don't need a lot of people to bring them iron. Right now, they already have merchants, specifically tasked to get them some scrap iron. One could say that the development of the dwarves were much better than the beastmen. Before long, the haven slowly came to a stop at the pier. The pier was very big. The ships that were moored along it were a lot. Zhao Hai also noticed that of the ships present, almost all of them were owned by Buddha Empire nobles. He couldn't spot any ships belonging from the other nations. But what intrigued Zhao Hai the most about this pier was the pier managers. These people were very short. The tallest of them was only about 1.5 meters. However, their figures were very sturdy. They wore iron armor while every one of them carried a hammer at their back. This hammer wasn't the same as the weapons of ancient China. This hammer looks like it was used to hammer iron, but it's very big. They seem to weigh a couple of dozen jins each. In addition to the hammer, the dwarves also wore iron armor. The amount of load that each of them carried was at minimum about 100 jin, but from their appearances, it seems like it didn't bother them, showing how formidable their strengths were. This was the first time that Zhao Hai had seen a dwarf. These people had brown hair and a full beard on their faces. They also had a slight blush on their cheeks, probably from all the drinking that they had done. After the ship stooped, Zhao Hai walked down from it along with Juno. Before long, 2 dwarves approached them. The 2 bowed slightly to Zhao Hai and Juno and said, "Are you 2 doing business?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Dwarf friend, this one is Buddha Clan's Zhao Hai. I came this time to do business. Since this is my first time, I have been accompanied with the Hurricane family's patriarch." When the dwarf heard Zhao Hai that the person beside him was the Hurricane family's patriarch, his face immediately changed to respect as he bowed to Juno and said, "So it turns out to be Patriarch Juno. We've been very rude. Please come with us." It seemed like they had ignored Zhao Hai's self-introduction. Zhao Hai can only stare blankly for a moment before bitterly smiling. The Buddha clan was now quite famous in the continent, however, these dwarves seemed to not know about him. This had 2 possibilities. It might be because they really haven't heard about Zhao Hai, or they might have taken a dislike towards him. Juno looked at the dwarf and calmly said, "This is Mr. Zhao Hai, Buddha clan's patriarch. he is a friend of mine." Quite ordinary words, but these made the dwarf stare. Then he turned to Zhao Hai with a look of unfriendliness and said, "Buddha clan, Rosen Empire's Buddha clan?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Is there a problem?" The dwarf looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It's been a long time since people from the Rosen Empire has come here. The last merchant from the Rosen Empire sold us moldy bamboo rice." When Zhao Hai heard the dwarf, he stared for a moment before he faintly smiled and said, "Really? Is he from the Buddha clan?" The dwarf didn't expect this to be Zhao Hai's response. He also understood what Zhao Hai meant. The dwarf couldn't help but laugh and said, "I like you, Patriarch Zhao Hai, please." Juno nodded at the side in commendation. If Zhao Hai defended the Rosen Empire merchants, then it would become impossible for him to do any business with the dwarves. It's good that Zhao Hai's answer made these dwarves quite delighted. Zhao Hai also discovered that these dwarves aren't the same as the beastmen. Beastmen were direct, but they weren't as smart as the dwarves. Even if the dwarves were also direct, they also had more contact with humans and knew about how to read them. Zhao Hai's group left the pier along with the two dwarves. Then the dwarves got the group some carriages. The carriage was fairly big. It was pulled by a magic beast that Zhao Hai has not seen before. This one looked like pangolin, however. Their heads looked like a cross between a horse and a bull. After the carriage arrived, the two dwarves immediately invited Zhao Hai's group to ride it. The dwarves then talked with the group while inside. Naturally, the two were much more respectful towards Juno. Seeing their conduct, Zhao Hai can't do anything but just smile. From what he can see on the expressions of the dwarves, it seems like Juno held quite a high standing in their hearts. When Juno noticed that Zhao Hai was curious about the magic beast, he smiled and said, "This beast is called Iron Armor Beast, a unique magic beast of the dwarven race. It's a great compliment to them as it is very good at excavating earth as well as digging through mountains. At the same time, through proper training, these can also help the dwarves find iron ore deposits. However, this magic beast also has its peculiarities. Other than the dwarves, these beasts are unable to be trained by humans or any other races. Because of this, the dwarves had always believed that this beast was a gift to them, but the artisan god." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't think that this was false. After all, there were a lot of strange things in the Ark continent. Maybe there were really gods looking at the continent from some other place. The iron armor beast walked very steadily. Moreover, its speed was not very slow. It didn't take a long time before Zhao Hai and the others saw the mountain in the distance. This mountain was very different from the Hurricane family's territory. Back in the Hurricane family's place, bamboo rice and oil trees can be seen everywhere, but here, Zhao Hai can only spot a single plant that he hadn't seen before. This tree is very strange. Its trunk was very straight and very black. However, it wasn't very thick. On top of the tree were some branches. Each branch had about 5 or 6 extensions on them. At the same time, there were more than 10 leaves on each branch. Each leaf was very big, about more than 1 meter long, and were very thin. One could get an impression of a spear upon seeing the dark green leaves. The entire tree gives one a feeling of weight and sharpness. For a tree to give a sharp feeling was very strange. At this time, Juno opened his mouth and said, "This is called a spear tree. Its branch, leaves, and trunk can all be made into spears of high quality. They are also quite heavy, much heavier than average spears. However, they are also very tough. They are one of the specialty goods in Dwarf Mountain." Zhao Hai nodded, but deep inside he was excited. He really felt that he hadn't wasted his time in coming here. These unique things in Dwarf Mountain are very helpful. Even if they cannot upgrade the space, he can still acquire them for future use. Zhao Hai was now anticipating his visit towards the elven forest. If the dwarves, who were famous for the ironware, already had these unique plants and beasts, then what would the elves, who were famous for their unique plants, have? It was no wonder that Zhao Hai looked forward to his visit. Dwarf Iron Mountain was very tall, not worse than any other tall mountain in the continent. The mountain was part of a very long mountain range, comparable only to Hawk King Mountain. Before long, the iron armor beast carriage entered the mountain. Upon entering, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gawk. The scale of this place simply placed the lake chamber back at Iron Mountain to shame. But there was no water in this mountain chamber. On the contrary, it looked just like a huge factory. Blacksmiths and their furnaces can be seen everywhere. Shirtless dwarves were all hard at work, hammering their metals and producing some ding-ding sounds along the way. The noise in this place would compel you to shout at someone beside you just to talk to them. Inside, weapons and various products can be seen everywhere. All kinds of full-body armor were also being made. Various dwarves can be seen loading and unloading goods here and there. However, no human merchants can be seen inside. Zhao Hai was actually afraid of the noise inside. He felt like his head was about to explode. But fortunately, it didn't take too long before the carriage went out of the other side of the mountain, bringing them back to the quiet atmosphere once again. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and then said, "That was too scary. If I stay for a day inside there, then I might get killed by the noise. How can the dwarves endure it?" Juno smiled and said, "They don't need for the dwarves to endure. You didn't notice, but all of them were wearing earplugs. With those, they don't need to worry about the noise. Inside the mountain, dwarves wouldn't even open their mouths. They only use hand signals to communicate with one another." Zhao Hai nodded and then said, "So it's like this. But I find something strange. Why haven't I seen any human merchants in there?" Juno smiled. "There are several places in the mountain that humans can use to interact with the dwarves clearly. After making clear about their transactions, the dwarves would carry their orders out by themselves while the humans would leave the mountain. Otherwise, humans might become insane if they stay inside for a long time." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to inspect the surroundings. They were now exiting the first mountain. What was in front of Zhao Hai were a chain of other mountains stretching as far as his eyes can see. On these mountains, spear trees can be seen growing with no end in sight. Zhao Hai knew that this was the real dwarf mountain. The area of this group of mountains was very large. It was no less than the entire Beastman Prairie. Juno looked at the stretch of mountains and said, "Everyone knew about the dwarf mountain, but there were only a few of them who knew about the real dwarf territory. Only friends of the dwarves can see this scene. If one wasn't someone that the dwarves trust, then they can only go up to that first mountain." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm very lucky to have Grandpa Juno with me this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen such a scene." Juno smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to be too polite with me. If I don't see you as a good merchant, then I wouldn't be taking you here. Why did you think I accompanied you personally? If you're not a good merchant, let alone saving Kristen, even if you saved the entire hurricane family, I still wouldn't take you here. I treat the dwarves as my friends, and I cannot do any disservice towards them." Zhao Hai nodded. Laura and the others were quiet all this time. They were enthralled by the scenery outside. This time, Juno only brought a few people from his family. They were on the carriages behind. Shu and Shun were also present on one of those carriages. It didn't take a long time before the iron armor beast entered a second mountain. This mountain was also very big, with a lot of dwarves being busy inside as well. But there weren't a lot of weapons that can be seen here. Most of the things here were iron ores. The carriage continued to go along the mountain range. Zhao Hai also felt that each mountain that they passed, their altitude seemed to get lower. It seemed like the road that they were on was on a gentle slope. Before long, the iron armor beast stopped. Then Juno turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Let's head out. We still need to ride a boat." When he arrived outside, Zhao Hai looked around for a moment. This place was beside a mountain. There were a lot of dwarves present here, loading and unloading their goods towards other iron armor beast carriages. On the side of this mountain was a pier with boats moored at its side. These boats weren't big, however. They can still fit quite a number of people inside. The dwarf that drove their carriage arrived at Juno's side and said, "Mr. Juno, please come with me." Juno nodded, and then he led Zhao Hai and the others to walk towards the pier. After looking at the boats on the pier, Zhao Hai noticed that some of them were loaded with iron ore while some had nothing in them. Naturally, these empty boats were meant for them to ride on. Chapter 568, Hammer. Under the guidance of the dwarf, Zhao Hai and the others got up to ride the boat. While the dwarf guided them, the other one was responsible for driving. They traversed the underground quite steadily. While they were traveling, Zhao Hai can notice some magic lights coming from the walls of the river from time to time. Inside the channel, boats can also be seen traveling in both directions. Their speeds were quite fast for boats. All of them were driven by dwarves. By utilizing the brightness from the magic lamps, Zhao Hai can see that there were also some piers placed on the sides of the river. These piers also had some boats in it. Some of the boats were carrying iron ores, while some had weapons and armor. Zhao Hai was now admiring the dwarves. They're really quite formidable. From what Zhao Hai can see, it seems like the dwarves had scraped out entire mountains, making them into cities. How much skill did this need? Juno sat on the ship and looked around before he sighed and said, "From the time I came here, nothing much has changed, but I can fairly remember that there weren't a lot of magic lamps before. Torches were mostly used back then." The lead dwarf smiled at him and said, "Mr. Juno, these lamps haven't been replaced in 10 years. We happened to find a magic crystal deposit not far from the mountain. Otherwise, we wouldn't be replacing the torches with these magic lamps." Juno nodded and said, "Your luck is really good. But since you discovered a magic crystal deposit, why haven't you sold them?" The dwarf shook his head and said, "We can't. There aren't a lot of magic crystals in that deposit. The only thing we have is only enough for our use." Juno nodded. After sailing from quite some time in the underground river, they finally stopped at a pier. The dwarf then led them to land and had them ride an iron beast carriage that was already waiting for them. After the group entered the iron armor beast carriage, they continued on to their travel along the mountain range. From what Zhao Hai can see in Juno's expression, it seems like they were going to a special place. Sure enough, when they came out of the mountain, a main road was seen. This road was very wide. It was paved with stone and it was extended from a distance the mountain. But from what Zhao Hai can see, the mountain was just like a tunnel. He can see the other side of it. Upon entering the mountain, Zhao Hai immediately knew that he had made a mistake. The mountain was very big. Moreover, a lot of dwarf women were very busy inside. Upon looking, Zhao Hai can see that there were tools for assembling full-body armors. These armors were fish-scale armors that infantry used. There were fully assembled armors as well as components waiting to be built. After crossing the mountain, a building appeared not far away from the group. It was constructed like a temple, very enormous, and was constructed out of iron and iron ore. It was tall, about 20 meters in height, with 18 large stone pillars supporting it. The pillars were thick, each having about 5 meters in diameter. There was a wide area in front of the building, about 10,000 meters in diameter. The ground was paved with iron as well, making it very flat. Zhao Hai can see some people constantly cleaning the square. Juno gave a sigh and said, "This is a sacred land of the dwarf race, the artisan divine palace." It was originally a small mountain, but it was hollowed out by the dwarves. The stones from the mountain became the foundation of the entire palace. Every year, the dwarves would all came to this place to worship the artisan god. It's quite a spectacle. The iron armor beast stopped on the square outside the divine palace. Then Juno turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Let's head out. Carriages are prohibited in the vicinity of the divine palace. We'll give our respects to the artisan god first before we see my old friends." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Juno down. The dwarf guide was also with them as the group slowly walked towards the divine palace. Zhao Hai can see a lot of dwarves in the square, cleaning. They seem to be of old age, judging from their white hair and beard. Although the dwarves noticed Zhao Hai and the others, they seemed to not care about it as they continued to get busy in their job. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others were already near the palace Great Hall. The closer you get to the hall, the more of its grandeur that you feel. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Zhao Hai can feel a pressure inside the hall which made him very uncomfortable. Zhao Hai and the others then entered the great hall, upon which they were greeted with its beautiful interior, carvings and art that could be seen everywhere. However, there wasn't any statue inside the great hall. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that the only thing that was present here was a hammer. Yes, Zhao Hai did not misjudge it. It was a red hammer. It's like the hammers that the dwarves use, but it was a bit smaller, about a couple of jin less heavy. This hammer was just too small to be used by the dwarves. It was even short enough to be called a one-handed hammer. But what made Zhao Hai confused was that this hammer had given him an immense pressure. The pressure was even greater than what he felt when he faced ninth-rank experts. When Juno saw that Zhao Hai was motionless as he looked at the hammer, he couldn't help but stare. Hai didn't understand why Zhao Hai was staring at the hammer. Juno had visited the dwarves 100 times before, and he had also seen this hammer. However, he just can't see anything special about it. The dwarf guide had also noted Zhao Hai's expression, which made him gawk, and then his two eyes shined. However, he didn't say anything and just stepped towards the hammer along with Juno and Zhao Hai. Under the leadership of the dwarf, the group paid their respects towards the hammer before they left the great hall. After leaving the hall, Juno then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, why did you stare at that hammer? Did you see anything strange?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No. I just felt a very strong pressure from the hammer. I've faced ninth-rank experts before, but I still wasn't able to feel the kind of pressure that I got from the hammer. I felt that the hammer had a life. Moreover, it seems to be much more formidable than a ninth-rank expert." After Zhao Hai finished talking, the dwarf guide in front turned around and faced Zhao Hai in shock. The dwarf looked at Zhao Hai for quite some time before he turned back and proceeded. Zhao Hai and Juno looked at each other in confusion before they followed the dwarf. After they went past the great hall, they were once again greeted with another big mountain. When they entered, Zhao Hai was astounded by the number of people inside here. These people weren't here for work or to play with iron. From what was seen, it seems like this place was the living area of the dwarves. Juno looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Don't be surprised. This is the place where dwarves live. It's almost the same as the village back at home." Zhao Hai nodded, but he was still somewhat surprised upon inspecting these short dwarves, old dwarves, middle-aged dwarves, dwarf children, All of them don't feel any different. Dwarf children were like human children in the way they play all around the place. The dwarf women were there doing sewing and knitting while they chat with each other. Old dwarves were sitting in threes or fours chatting away while drinking wine. Like Juno said, it wasn't very different from any human village. It was just that the people here were not humans. The dwarf guy then led Zhao Hai and the others to enter the village, but before they went in, they stopped by the guards at the entrance as the guide said, "Please inform the patriarch. Hurricane family's patriarch Juno has came to visit." Just as the guide's request was said, a voice was suddenly heard. "What, that old man Juno has come? Quick, quick, have him come over." Along with the voice, a dwarf also appeared in front of the group. This dwarf wasn't young, he already had a white beard. The dwarf was about 1.5 meters in height, and since he was a dwarf, his build was very sturdy. He had a big pair of hands. Each finger was very thick and full of calluses. All of them looked just like withered branches. When this old dwarf saw Juno, he couldn't help but laugh as he hugged his old friend and patted him at the back. "You old fogey, I thought you had died. I didn't expect you to suddenly visit. Ha 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 ha." Juno was obviously used to being greeted by the dwarves this way, so he didn't care. Instead he returned the old dwarf's hug and said, "You as well. Who thought that you're still alive?" Zhao Hai was on the side, looking at the two old men. They looked just like two bickering children as they chatted with each other. But even so, Zhao Hai can feel the deep friendship that was shared between the two. After a moment of talking, Juno gestured towards Zhao Hai and said, "This is the patriarch of the Buddha clan, Zhao Hai Buddha. I accompanied him this time since he wanted to do business with you." Then Juno turned to Zhao Hai and said, "This is the patriarch of the dwarf race, Billy." 1. Zhao Hai bowed and said, "Zhao Hai has seen patriarch Billy." Billy sized Zhao Hai up. Then he looked at Laura and the others at the back before he nodded and said, "Since you came with Juno, then you don't need to be polite with me, kid. Come with me. Take your group and get some rest at a room nearby." Zhao Hai didn't decline. Then he turned to give a nod to Laura and the others. The group then gave Billy another salute before retreating with the dwarf guide. Chapter 569. 4 Types of Liquor. Zhao Hai followed Billy and Juno into a cave in the mountain. The place looked very ordinary, probably something rarely used. On the cave was a big desk along with several bookshelves at the side. Not far from the cave was a place for rest, with a set of wooden sofas and some tables. After arriving at the resting area, Billy looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. "Kid, in just 1 year, you have made quite great achievements. The Buddha clan is now well known. I want to know what business you'll have with us dwarves." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I have some goods from my Buddha clan. I think the patriarch also knew about my clan's milk wine." Zhao Hai knew that most of the other races were very direct, much more direct than humans. Therefore, he didn't waste any words and just said what the other party wanted to hear. Billy looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled. "I've drank your milk wine. It's really good." "Is it from your cooperation with the beastmen?" Zhao Hai nodded. "The milk wine that they make is still incomplete. It still needed further processing. Therefore, I struck a deal with the beastmen and had them supply me with milk wine. I'll process those and then sell them to the human territories." Billy nodded. "You're quite honest, kid. Tell me, what do you need?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I have a peculiar hobby. I like strange plants and unique magic beasts. As long as it's rare, I'd want it. I can use my milk wine to trade with those things with you. Naturally it includes ironwares as well. What do you think?" Billy knit his eyebrows and said, "This is not a problem. But you should know that magic beasts like our iron armor beast are unique to our dwarf race. It's not like we don't want to give them away to the other races, but if the iron beasts were given to others, they would immediately starve themselves and die. At the same time, unique trees and plants in our mountain will not grow elsewhere. Are you fine with this? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm merely curious about those things. I've also done the same with the beastmen, so I'm quite familiar with the implications. In fact, I have some alchemists back at the clan. They also want to see those kinds of things. Therefore, I'm going out of my way to collect them. Billy didn't say anything. In fact, there were a lot of unique plants and beasts in the hands of both the dwarves and the beastmen. It's not like they don't want to give them away, it's just that they don't have any uses. Because of that, they slowly went forgotten. Billy nodded. This is not an issue. These things are practically worthless. If you want to, there's no problem in us giving you a few. Right. What price do you want to sell your milk wine? Zhao Hai smiled. Patriarch doesn't need to worry. I'll sell it at a normal price. The price that we sell at the mainland is what the price that I'll be giving you. Billy stared at Zhao Hai and said, Really? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, There's no need to doubt me. If you go to the Beastman Prairie and inquire, you will know that our Buddha clan had always been fair in doing business. Compared to other merchants, the grain that we sell in the prairie is priced much lower. There's no reason for us to sell to the dwarves at a high price. Judging by Zhao Hai's expression, Billy can see if Zhao Hai was telling the truth or not. After thinking for a while, Billy nodded and said, If this is the case, then it would be good for our dwarf race. We're living in the mountains all year round. The winds in here is very tough, so tough that we needed to drink some liquor after every meal. If you do supply us with this milk wine, then you would be doing us a great deed. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, In fact, I don't only have milk wine in my hands, I also have other varieties of liquor. I'll have to invite the two elders to have a taste. Then he waved his hand and took out a few bottles of liquor. The bottles contained several types of liquor. Among them were the ordinary milk wine, high-grade milk wine, white wine, and finally the beer. Zhao Hai didn't bring out some fruit wine because it was obvious that they didn't suit the palates of the dwarves. In fact, Zhao Hai already had prior knowledge about the dwarves' drinking customs. He understood that they really loved to drink, and that the liquor that they were drinking were quite special. Their liquor was a type made from potatoes that was farmed in the Buddha Empire. Although this potato looked much like sweet potatoes, and its liquor was also the same as the liquors back on Earth. Moreover, its flavor was very mellow, and it also had a distinct fermented fragrance. Most dwarves are even disgusted by it. This liquor simply cannot be compared to Zhao Hai's. One can say that this potato liquor had a much worse flavor than fruit wine, but since dwarves don't like drinking fruit wine, they had no other choice but to consume this potato liquor. Since Zhao Hai was already informed about these matters, therefore he didn't bring some fruit wine out. Billy and Juno looked at the 4 bottles on the table. These 4 bottles looked very common. 3 of them had transparent contents while the last one had black liquid inside. Zhao Hai opened the bottle containing ordinary milk wine and then looked at Billy and Juno. This is the ordinary milk wine. I think the 2 of you had already tasted this, but this wine is divided into several types. What we are selling at large in the mainland had the lowest degree, but this bottle has a higher degree compared to the others. Each dwarf table always had glasses for liquor in them. This was something that everybody knew, so Zhao Hai took 2 glasses from the table and then gave the 2 some of the ordinary milk wine. Billy and Juno wasn't polite. They immediately took the glass and drank the liquor. They had prior experience with milk wine, and they knew that it was fierce, therefore they only took a small sip. After the two took a sip, they felt different. They had drunk the milk wines in the mainland. Those wines were very good to drink, but those cannot be compared to what Zhao Hai served them this time. After they placed their cups down and nodded, Zhao Hai took the high-grade milk wine and poured the another 2 glasses of liquor. Juno had already drank this high-grade milk wine before, so his expression this time was quite mild. However, Billy hadn't drank this before, therefore, after he took a sip, his 2 eyes couldn't help but light up. He felt that the flavor of this wine was very good. Then Zhao Hai took the bottle of rice wine and then gave them a glass as he introduced it. Taste this one. It's something we made quite recently. It's not milk wine nor fruit wine, but it's made from bamboo rice. Juno and Billy stared at the bottle. Naturally, they knew about bamboo rice, but brewing alcohol from it, this was the first time that they had heard such a concept. They curiously lifted the cup and drank from it. Although the degree of Zhao Hai's rice wine wasn't very high, it didn't have the milky fragrance of milk wine. Instead, it had a purely wine flavor with a little sweet aftertaste. It was a gentle kind of drink. After they tasted the liquor, the two's eyes couldn't help but light up. They didn't expect that the liquor that was made from bamboo rice would be this good. After seeing their reactions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he poured them a glass of beer each. When Zhao Hai served them milk wine and rice wine, he only poured them a small amount, enough for a single sip. But this time, Zhao Hai poured the beer until the glass in half full. But even then, the foam at the top of the beer was already quite a lot. Billy and Juno looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai slightly knew what was on their minds as he said, "This liquor isn't very strong, it's quite mellow. However, I think you will find its flavor quite interesting. Please have a taste." Juno and Billy weren't polite. They held their glasses and downed the liquor inside. When the beer entered their mouths, they first felt that it tasted very strange, but then, an indescribable mellow taste overwhelmed their taste buds. After the two drank the beer, they couldn't help but snap their tongues. While looking at the two, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This liquor is made from a rare type of plant grown in the continent. At this point, only our Buddha clan has been cultivating it. However, its production volume into beer is very great." Billy looked at the cup and nodded. "This final one is really good. It tastes quite nice. Do you have a lot of these?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Its current output is not very high. My highest output at this time would be milk wine. If you want the other ones, you may need to wait for some time." Billy nodded. "Then I want some milk wines. This ordinary one since we dwarves consume a lot of liquor, but you have to give me a very fair price." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, that's not a problem. Large purchases always merit price deductions. I can sell them to the dwarves at wholesale price." Billy gave a satisfied nod. Good, kid. When can you send the wine?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right now." "How much do you want?" "I can deliver them right away." Billy stared at Zhao Hai and said, "How big is your space equipment?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Very big. Moreover, since I already planned to do business here, I also brought a large amount of milk wine along. I want to trade some of these wines into ironwares. Then I'll go transport them over to the Beastman Prairie." Billy nodded and said, "It looks like your relationship with the Beastman is very good. In the past, our dwarf race also had some dealings with the Beastman, but after a few years, and the emergence of the humans, our contact had been cut off. I didn't expect that you would connect the two races with your business." Chapter 570. Prophecy. Zhao Hai didn't know that the dwarves had business dealings with the Beastmen before, so he smiled and said, "It's nothing great. I just have good relationships with the Beastmen. When I went to the prairie last time, The Beast King invited me over for a meal since he thinks highly of me. During the meal, I told him that I would be visiting here, so he asked me to get some ironwares with me when I come back. Therefore, I'll have to give some ironwares to the beastman when I return. Zhao Hai might be speaking calmly, but Juno and Billy heard things in a different tone. The two of them were aware of the relationship between the humans and the beastmen. There were a lot of humans who can visit the prairie to do business. However, it was rare for them to even get a glance of the Beast King. Most importantly, from Zhao Hai's words, it seems like the Beast King still invited him over despite the recent war between the two races. This was enough to explain Zhao Hai's standing inside the Beatman Prairie. Juno looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, did you really share a meal with the Beast King?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I did. I cannot lie about this matter." After some time, humans would be coming back to the prairie to do business. They will surely know about this matter. The reason why I was able to cooperate for milk wine with the entire Beastman race was because of the Beast King's help. Thanks to him sending his Beast King's letters, the Beastman believed me. Juno and Billy became surprised as they asked, "Beast King's letters?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. I think that's what they called it." "What's wrong?" I asked the Beast King for help and he didn't say anything else. Juno and Billy stared at Zhao Hai for some time before Billy opened his mouth and said, "Kid, do you know what the Beast King's letters represent?" Zhao Hai stared. "Represent? Isn't it just like notices sent by humans?" Juno smiled bitterly and said, "You really know nothing. No wonder the Beastman race helped you." The Beast King just couldn't casually use his letters. They were only sent during important matters. Otherwise, the Beastman wouldn't hold his words in high regard. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I think it's because of my milk wine business. It's quite important to the Beastman. I even needed the help of the hawk race in order to collect the massive amounts of milk wine. Otherwise, this cooperation would be impossible to progress quickly." Juno knit his brows and said, "That's not right. Why would the Beastman believe you easily?" The Beastman had always been on guard against the human race. Why would they help you right now? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Besides being a merchant, I'm also a foreign prince of the Herculean bull tribe. Moreover, I also have the friendship flags of the dog race and the black bear tribe. Therefore, they immediately trusted me." Juno didn't understand this, so he was confused and asked, "Friendship flag? What is this friendship flag?" Compared to Juno, Billy was more shocked than Zhao Hai. "Did you really obtain a Beastman friendship flag? How is that possible?" Juno became more puzzled. "What happened? What is a friendship flag?" Billy forced a smile and said, "Beastman flags are divided into many types. People who do business with the Beastman will receive that tribe's war flag. However, that flag has nothing of value. The friendship flag is different. As long as someone gets a friendship flag, that would mark him as a friend to the Beastman. A genuine true friend. It represents being a friend worthy of them sacrificing their life for." Now you see how important friendship flags are. Also, foreign prince of the Herculean bull tribe. What's this all about? Zhao Hai smiled. "I've managed to help the Herculean bulls in their time of extreme trouble. Also, the current patriarch of the Herculean bulls is my beheading blood oath brother. Therefore, I've become their tribe's foreign prince." Billy forced a smile and said, "Kid, you're really lucky. No wonder the Beast King is willing to see you and even use his letters to help your business. Your milk wine business affects the entire Beastman race. If they didn't trust you, then it might not have gone through." Zhao Hai smiled and said, I've always been fair in trading with the beastmen. The price that I sell them grain is lower than all of the other human merchants. This also explains why my relationship with them is very good." Billy nodded. "Now I believe you. It seems like you're genuine. I just hope that your business with our dwarf race gets to a point similar to your relationship with the beastmen." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured, it will." Billy smiled and said, "I hope." "Right. How much milk wine did you bring?" "I want a lot." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You want a lot, but I have a lot." "I'm afraid you won't want all of them." Billy laughed and said, "Kid, you shouldn't think too high of yourself. You're underestimating the amount of liquor we dwarves drink. If you want figures, then I'll be taking 10 million jin." Zhao Hai bitterly smiled. He didn't think that the dwarves would want this many. He was indeed overconfident. However, it doesn't matter. He already had 1 million jin of milk wine inside the space. He looked at Billy and laughed as well. "I didn't think that you would want this many. I only have 1 million jin at this time. I can give the remaining amount in the future. What do you think?" Billy laughed. "All right, 1 million jin is enough, right? You need to wait for a few days to get the things that you want. You stay here first. I also need to reminisce with old Juno. Tomorrow, I'll take you to look around. If you need anything, just send word and we'll make sure to take care of it." Zhao Hai immediately became happy as he said, "That's fantastic. I thank the patriarch." Billy waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite. You go rest first while I have some people prepare some food. I'll have someone invite you when the time comes." Then he turned his head outside and said, "Someone come here." As his voice fell, a dwarf came in from outside and bowed to Billy. Billy nodded and said, "Lead Mr. Zhao Hai and his wives to their resting area. Prepare a good room for them. He's our friend. Don't neglect him." The dwarf complied. Then he led Zhao Hai and the others to exit. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, Billy turned to Juno and said, "Old fogey, you've really brought a decent person here this time." The Buddha Empire has been pressing our dwarf race in the recent years. If we can do business with Zhao Hai, then we might be able to be unafraid of the Buddha Empire. Juno smiled bitterly and said, "I actually didn't expect him to hold such high status. It seems like the Buddha clan rising up in 1 year is not a fluke." Billy laughed and said, "I must say, you really outdid yourself this time, right? Why would you assist him? Does he have relationship with you?" "From what I knew, your hurricane family and the Buddha clan seems to have no past relations." Juno chuckled and replied, "You're right. Our hurricane family and the Buddha clan doesn't have any prior relationship. You might not have known, but Kristen had been the one doing business in the Rosen Empire. But this time, she was attacked by the people of the Radiant Church when she was heading back. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai passing by, Kristen might have been ended." Billy stared for a moment before his eyes turned cold. Radiant Church? The Radiant Church? Why would they dare attack Kristen? No wonder I've been hearing about their churches in the Buddha Empire being picked off. "Is it your doing?" Juno coldly snorted and said, "Our hurricane family might have been good, but it doesn't mean that we don't have any temper. If we just let the Radiant Church go, then our family would be shamed in the continent. In the future, we wouldn't be able to hold our heads high in the continent." Billy laughed at Juno's reply. "All right, that's good. I have known you for so long. Even I became angry with this. No wonder Kristen was not here to pick your goods. You actually sent her to Rosen Empire." "That's understandable. That place is not very far." Juno smiled bitterly and said, "That's why I sent her there. Fortunately, she didn't succumb to the enemies. If she didn't, then I don't know what I might do." Billy coldly snorted. "The Radiant Church is now quite weak, but they still dared to make this move. I should have given them a lesson. They came here in the past wanting to preach. Fortunately, we drove them away, Juno said. The Radiant Church came to preach here? Why didn't I know that? There's no news about this in the continent, Billy sneered. They kidnapped a few dwarves in the past and wanted them to come back here and preach in secret. But when they went to give respects in the Divine Palace, the hammer of the temple discovered them and they were all killed. It was later discovered that they were people of the Radiant Church. Juno replied, "There's such a thing? I thought that the hammer in the Great Hall is just an ordinary one. Does the hammer really have special abilities?" Billy looked at Juno and said, "I already told you before. That hammer is a divine artifact, but you didn't believe me." HMPH. After Billy said this, a dwarf's voice was heard from the outside. "Patriarch, I have something to report," Billy said. "Come in." Then the dwarf guide from before came in and stared at Juno. Billy frowned and said, "Ian, what's wrong? Tell me." "Don't worry about Juno. He's our friend. We don't need to hide anything from our friend." Ian immediately said, "Yes, I've been unfair to Mr. Juno." Then he gave a bow to Juno, who waved his hand. Then Ian turned his head to Billy and said, "Patriarch, I have something to report about Zhao Hai." When Zhao Hai and Mr. Juno went to the Divine Palace to pay respects, Mr. Zhao Hai said that he had felt